More gather. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this blessed Sabbath day. And I'd like to say just a real quick prayer, as I don't like to get in long, drawn out prayers, uh, public prayers anyway. So, Heavenly Father, thank you so much for another blessed Sabbath day. Father, we just ask you just help those that are being neglected and abused, animals alike. Be that veil, Father, that covers them with the hope that is becoming, Father. And we just ask this in your heavenly, precious Son's name. Amen. So, yeah, thank you so much, people, for joining me today. It's a glorious day, really. I realize it's still Sabbath. However, I'm not asking for any money, nor am I. I'm not selling or buying anything right now. So for me, that seems to be the thing that I have been led to make sure at this point. And I'm receiving things. My knowledge is expanding as to what it is that I need to fulfill in this walk. But as of now, I'm doing what I'm doing and doing it well by our heavenly Yahweh's grace, glory, honor, and patience with me. Oh, patience! You want to talk about patience? Whew! Our heavenly Creator has patience with little Donnie Steen. So, uh, yeah, lot to cover. I'm absolutely I'm happy. I usually always have joy, even if I'm not always happy. Pardon me. Always have joy, even though I'm not always happy. I might seem like I am, but there's a lot of stuff to navigate and a lot of burdens. Sometimes it seems like I feel like I have to heap upon my shoulders, and it can be pretty taxing at times, but well worth it and fun, really. When I look back, it's just a faith builder and an opportunity to share our Heavenly Father's might and His glory and His hand. It's beautiful looking out this window right now, and I haven't seen any of the robins, the Miss Robinettes today, uh, but I heard them this morning. I heard them. They've been, like I said, just chirping the oddest, the most strangest times. Uh, and I'll pick up where I left off. Oh, and by the way, before I forget, right? I knew when I was reciting, remembering the story, part of the journey there on God's way, or not God's way, but Craig Lane, the fella that I sublet the place, the house, the trailer to, was not John. It seems like they're all John now. They're all Johnny Be Good. And I don't even know if that was the king. Was that the king? Um, his name's Andy. His name I don't know if it was Andy, but I definitely know and love that. I love that fella. He taught me a thing or two. Um, oh, pardon me. They're back. My extended. Uh, I'll be right back. I apologize about that. I had to shut that curtain. My my grandson, they just got back from doing their daddy came to pick Mikey came to pick little Michael and Cecilia and the my little Lily up, take them for a little ride, which is really nice. It's nice they get to spend time with one another. But yeah, his name is not John, by the way. His name is Andy, and he definitely, I don't know why I said John, but um like I said, I ended up seeing him after that season was over, and he was everything that I had suspected he was becoming. But again, I chose to rent to him anyway, and didn't call the two young couple back, and for good reason. I just didn't, I was growing and uh, uh, being cultivated myself as I was plowing that field, and I wanted to, not be a homophobic or any type of hypocrite of any sort. So I decided that I'm going to rent to this guy, and it turned out to be this side of a nightmare, but definitely an opportunity to exercise some. I learned a lot that things that I would not have learned you know, had I rented to those two. And not only that, they've been around that all their lives. And this man here, he was my daughter just got he was from Ohio originally, which is really, it doesn't surprise me now that it doesn't even surprise me. But construction, his dad was a construction worker, owned a construction, not a worker, but owned his own big crew, quite a well-to-do crew, and he used to work for his dad. And we talked a little bit, and he kind of shared, him and his dad weren't they didn't get along very well at all. So he was pretty angry with his father, his dad. He's pretty angry with his father also. I could tell by how he was same as I, just acting out in a different form, but still being a glutton of the lust of that flesh, that's for sure, just in a different fashion. Like I said, they were the Kayla was dating the kid um, that lived right on the. He ended up moving. I could ask my daughter. They ended up becoming friends. They all worked at Taco Bell. He ended up moving in. The fireman on Craig was on the right side when you go down my to get to my gate. I had a beautiful drive, and I have pictures on my Facebook of the mama and her little quail running across the road. And I said, "Good mama," she had her, and they lived in that little patch of hedge there that separated the easement. Anyway, the fireman on the right, um, he's the one that had the horse that was they just really neglected. They took care of it, but it wasn't abused, but it was neglected because it just didn't have anywhere to run. And I almost had his name, and I'm saying this for no other reason than just that it's crazy that I ended up uh, getting this property, assuming to buy this property, and then I almost had it again. My daughter would know because, like I said, they ended up becoming they still talk once in a while. I think he ended up moving in with the lady and her son that was on the left side of the my drive. Um, so I just thought that was really, really, really odd. And I would have had him and his friends also come in and help me trim too if I needed to. But yeah, so a lot had went on. That's one thing about Craig Lane that was different than God's way, is that God's way I seem to know that because we were at both places a short amount of time, but it's like I don't know, things just were so I was so busy with the company, the candy business was really starting to take off. I had needed help. I wasn't getting any help. Not to mention I wasn't too much. I wasn't good help for my own self. Hi, honey. I wasn't the best help for my own. I was my own worst enemy. Is the deal that unhealthy attachments? God, that could be a but that could bite you for generations. That one would seem like just a small. Whew, that can depends on who you pre-create procreate with. It could have a lasting blessings, but yeah. So Donnie and Tanisha are still dating. They're really neat to actually. I wasn't, nothing I would advocate. As today is, out of wedlock relations, but it was just really neat to see my son. He was so happy and just really at peace and joy because I wasn't the best father. Let's face it. And I've just before, just even 7, 8 years ago, I wondered, God, why would you have given me my boy? And it's very clear now. I mean, it's as crystal clear as that firmament over our head. But so I just, yeah, a lot went on. I really, like I said, that tractor, that's if I was to regret one anime something that just I can't take with me or have here when this is all restored is my little tractor, that little international harvester. But what I do have right now is that truck out there, that 6.9 international motor, which was the best thing that Ford ever did with those first generation diesels. Like I said, I never really owned so I didn't look into them. I was just like I had that F-250, but it was just a big gas hog is what it was, and it didn't have near as much torque as this. But so now I'm having to familiarize myself with them, especially now that it's got, it's not just a standard. I might get 70, 100,000 miles out of it if I'm real good. And the previous owner, if it's not new, or was just as conscious and respectful as I am, and always have been to equipment, even other people's equipment. I've never be like I said when I was in my height of doing some twisted stuff. I wasn't the vandal. I would steal it before I would. I'm not. It didn't make any sense. No, none at all. Didn't make any sense to damage something that just doesn't even. At the Capitol building, when I seen them and all them pictures, paintings, you really want to know because I don't watch that kind of stuff. But it was on. I think Tori was, or no, it was someone. I think it was might have been Casey, but one or the other. I was thinking to myself, oh, those paintings. That's all I was thinking to myself. Those paintings. What else? Quit moving around. Gargoyle. Tell him. Hold on. All I'm looking is going, God, where are the antique? Where are the old stuff? This is it. Those are, man, I'm gonna look real strange walking. Come on, help me pick up an end. What are you doing? We're getting this artwork out of here before you fools pee on it. But it's all just material stuff anyway. We just make our own. We just canvas can do miracles. Just you wait and see. Well, you're already seeing. Isn't that beautiful? You're already seeing. Faith come by seeing. So, and I feel good. I feel young and alive, like a little rabbit, just wants to run and play. My truck, I got brand new brake system. I'm fixing to go. Uh, and yes, I know. As I'm sleeping, that's the day, and I know it's Sabbath. I just prepare sometimes Friday because that's what it makes me not having to run around. I can kind of relax on Saturday, but it's hard for me to relax anyway because I don't like to just sit around and just do nothing. I like to get something done. I feel like I've done something. But I don't have to do something to feel like, I'm worth anything either. I know how to relax also, which I wasn't able to do before either. I was one of them busybodies that talks about in the Bible. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Faith in motion is, faith that, it's, you know, dead. Faith without works. So, but then he made it real clear once I was able to receive that, I just wasn't able to. Back to that, didn't want to weeble wobble me. So I was, it was a process. And then I went, oh, Billy, my mom, my mommy. And I love my mom. I do. I love that. I love her. I need to call her and let her know how much I love her. Well, she did give birth to me, right? Even though she spent all that time trying to kill me, it would seem, trying to kill me, I still learned a lot of good things. And I know, people can change. Change is a certainty. That's for sure. And to what degree is up to us. So that's a beautiful thing also. I just keep wanting to get closer and closer. Ugh. Oh, I'm working on that. That truck's got a brand new brake system. Oh, he just keeps talking about that. Well, because it's a look. I haven't got me Ford hat. I got me my little. I'm not gonna wear that. And obviously, my bro didn't want to wear it either. He said, "Why would I be? Well, I'd rather be coming than stroking. Right? It's a power stroke. You'd have to. You'll probably someone will go. I know what he's talking about. He has a sticker on there. I'm like, bro, man. Yeah, I love him, but he does. He's got to have the biggest, things. He's we're all, in this together. It's come a long way. We both have. He's such a good example. The mornings I used to watch him just head to my Aunt Susie. She had to, oh, did you vote for Trump? Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. All the way through, I was voting the whole damn 4 years. What do you mean? I put my life on the line for that vote. Yep, sure did. Now you tried to get me sidetracked a little bit, but that was good. That was a cheap trick, like a flame, and that was good. It's all good. Are you true American hero? Not yet. I'm working on it. But if you stick it out with me, well, you can be my cowgirl. I told you I didn't really like that song too much. But see, we can use it to our advantage. We take that which isn't, makes it as if it was, as if it is, as if it will forever be. I'm gonna go get some coffee here in a minute. But God, now I got. Do you see what you did to me? Isn't this fun? Son one fun. So Andy, that was his name. Well, when I guess that was his name because there was times when he shaved his legs and then he was a she, and I just was not. I've seen that walk. Oh, that's the other thing. I was just about ready to go on. I was thinking, well, Father, is he outside? Let him in, please. I was like, man, I know it's still. He's like, run it, just run it. And right about that time, where are you, sweetie? Our friend, where is she? Right here, DJ Miss Shelton. I love her. She's awesome. She's, I just liked her appreciation, how she appreciated right at 5 sharp. Join in, and I was like, oh, isn't that something? I was just about ready to do just that. Oh, amazing prophecies. What's his name? Mark. I love Mark. I love you also, Mark. But I see you get a little testy like we do. When you're not. I got my own. I got my own beliefs also that aren't. They're not the most popular, but sometimes I go, wait a minute. that's not quite. And he's like, that's all right. It was no harm, no foul. Now you just go ahead and you just correct it. But that hasn't happened in quite a long time. With Jim, very humbling in Walla Walla in 8 Wing with Big Jim, because he's definitely a prophet, definitely. And he used to always say, "Okay, Roy, you'll see." And I said, "Okay." And I just let him talk, because he liked to talk, and people were like, "Yeah, yeah, you like to talk." Well, this man, yeah, yeah, it was it, they did away with Pepe Le Pew. I just sat there and I went, "Okay," and I listened. And people watch who you're in that day, because I don't go to that day. I didn't go to that day room, but that's the only place we could meet. I wasn't supposed to be down on that tier, although I'd have to go down there and say, "Hey, Jim." You had to kind of startle him. He's got hearing aids in. He's not real old, but he's getting there. He's watching Fox News. Oh, he's a Fox supporter. You want to talk about who voted for Trump? He's still probably watching Fox News. That's all he did. He went and stamped plates. He got a raw deal too, but we'll get to that when we get to the chapter. He'd stamp plates, come back, he'd lay on his ass. Excuse my language. That's the first one. I'm sure there's more to come. And he'd lay there and I'd, come on, let's go. And when it was about something that he was able to pride himself over, which he should have in a humble kind of way, he was more than willing to share. And then it also set the stage so that when I left, he could carry on, and my wayward son, is that Kansas? There'll be peace when you are done. I think they got a fire going over there. I like when they got that fire going, because we are not supposed to have fires here. They texted me the other day, Royer, do you have a fire over there? And I'm like, yes, I do. All that stuff to breathe it. I've been having fires here for a long time, but now they got people in here. They say no fires in the park, Roy, because I was the only one they'd let have fires in here the last 5-6 years, but now they got people in here that obviously they don't want. Like, they didn't want just anybody on the roof, so they'd get on the roof, but they don't want, if BJ don't have to get on that roof, and he knows I know how to walk, you know, skip, walk on the structure part, not on the cheap the cheap ass. That's two. The thin sheet that's up there, but no fires, no more. So he just went from California. That's because I am so excited today, people. We're gonna probably go all over the place. I'm getting sideboards. Um, you see, now let me invite you in on how this thing with the Sabbath works with me. I'm at peace, because I know, I'm starting to completely understand the whole thing. Have for a while, but just, even it just gets better each time. I wanted to go to Home Depot and get me some plywood and some treated 2x4s, and get those sideboards, get those railing the my sideboards made up. I got rollers. I'll get some heads, and I'll get some exterior paint and take a picture and have them match that, and just roll that on. Only take a minute. My son, he's back from Cali now. He just returned the rental car. They had to go pick up the boss's truck. Oh God, what a mess! I don't want to get off track on that, boy. Boy, they'll just take anybody for a ride that's not a mechanic. And he's a mechanic, but once they get that in them shops, boy, you got to be on. You got to be real careful. Even these respectable, they'll 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 big mic you. They'll in through the outdoor. So let me just go ahead. I'll try to stay on Craig Lane for a bit. But yeah, Donnie was really just happy, at peace. You could see it. I was, I and his, you know, Ralph was not. It was the craziest thing. I didn't even realize what I was seeing, but it was a demonic infiltration. And just completely despiseful of her and him and their whole, everything. Which I'm like, again, I'm not advocating that, but just like me with Bonnie and stuff. He'd never suffered anything like that. I made sure I was too stingy with little Donnie Steen once I got him. Oh, him and little Silly. No, they didn't. I didn't leave them anywhere. Now, what she did every time she took her away, I don't know, but and I'm sure she's fine because she's right there and she wouldn't be anywhere. Matter of fact, she just lent me money to go get those boards and stuff. Oh, money's coming. It's a coming. So I'm on Craig Lane. I'm going to Home Depot. We're back here again. See how that happens? Oh, it's just fun. Just let it roll, people. Let it roll. Thank you, Miss Shelton. God, I just love how you appreciate. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I was just in tears. Those are the things that make me weep. People that are genuinely appreciative and just that's what this is about, people. That's what they're trying to shut down. Love. They don't want love to blend eternity's reflection. They don't want us to get. They want that. They want to. Say no. They ain't getting to that banquet feast themselves. Most of them. But there's some of them that hold up that twisted little dark structure that they're apparently. I don't know. Some stuff going on. It's just amazing what's happening. So we're just, and it's of course it's just waiting to see what we say and do. So it's just going, God, that's why they haven't shut certain things down yet, because they're like, dang it, it's their only. It's kind of funny that way. They're like just hanging on to everything, kind of like a little boy that knows he's in trouble and he's listening through the vent, you know, can hear everything being told, all the secrets, and it's like, no, what are you doing? Just shut him up. Just please, just shut him down. Just telling him everything. They know nothing. No, they know everything. Becoming everything. Nothing's going to be hid. Nothing. All changed in the twinkling of an eye. All back, right? Like this, just way like it was before. It's going to be like, oh, God. The schnozberries will taste like schnozberries. Oh, the Vinicius Knibs. Oh, and Mr. L. Oh, Mr. L. Mm. Downtown. Was that it? Was that it, Bubba? Was it downtown? Is that where we were going this morning? Of course, I pray, I do my thing, and I got a little. I didn't share it because I wasn't led to, but I just love where we're going, downtown. We're going downtown, buddy. I love you, Mr. L. Lynn, Barbara, all you, Deborah, all you guys, Millie. Gosh, you look so cute, Millie. Oh, jeez. Oh, pink. Salmon. We're gonna cook. We're cooking salmon, one way or the other. Jesus, what day is it now? It's the 13th. Oh, it's 3/13. Oh, and then it's 21. So we got another 3 right there. Oh, isn't that nice? Isn't that beautiful? 33 had a baby. It's Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Oh, we just twist it right around. It's just right now. It's twisting this way. It's writhing. It's going. God, it's not even saying shut up. Now it's minions are like, would you just shut him down? He's like, would you just shut up? Now Satan's the dragon just telling it. Now you just shut up, will you? Kind of like when you been out at a club and that song's reeling in your head, that song that you just hate, and you're hung over and you just want everything to just shut up. You want just people breathing and talking, and the light, you just want it all to just go away, and you're just, that porcelain is so cool. You're just like a dog returning. And it's like, is the effing you got as good as the effing you're getting? And again, that could have just lasting. Oh, I've been there. Oh, I've been there, done that. Could be there 5 minutes from now. It's Saturday. Oh, God, it's hopping right now. Hey, where you been, old? What's up? Where's Scrap? What's up, Crazy D? No, it's not Crazy D anymore. It's, well, that old entwined. I would have never known. We're getting new names, new bodies, new heaven, new earth. Yep. When she leads the pride out, is to do battle once again with their sworn enemies, our sworn enemies, hyenas. Oh, they're cackling. It's not a laugh, but that's even subsiding. It's being muzzled itself. It's like, gosh, would you just shut up? Just shut up now. It's not. It's the craziest thing, really. I got to pull this curtain here. Sully Vision's going to be coming on, and did somebody say something about the reflection of a vampire? Oh, not even close. I have no problem. A beautiful reflection now. See, that's it wants you to just just get past that mirror. I know people that they have mirrors in their house, but they can't. They have to dash by them. DoorDash, open up the door. One that stands and knocks. Don't be outsmarted. Pardon me. By the fox. Oh, there he is. Yeah, I love Mark. Amazing prophecies. He just chimed in. I love, absolutely. Most all of them. Now, I noticed some of them Adventists, though, because I learned so much. I needed that. And he was playing right there in the field again, right on that TV that was getting that. And everybody's like, is that it? And where's your box? Where's the digital box? It came free. Remember, everybody, well, here in this state or even in California, I think we all got boxes. I believe they were free, and you had to have that, but not in this case. And of course, the jerk happy slappy Frankfurters, you know that was on also. That was still going so strong. Uh, but I didn't venture over there. No, because it always left with the same. It was always, it was a bang. And guilt and shame and I just heard the Lord and he said, son, this report. Do you know I have a report of this? Of course, I couldn't possibly gaze upon that. It would just I love you and I so but I get these reports and just don't, man, people. It's not it's that if you go on willfully sinning after receiving the truth, the plumb truth, there is no longer a sacrifice for sin. It's that lukewarm spitting spitting you out. Yeah, it's a falling on the soil, all right. And that's why I would never advocate that. Don't go there. If you're already married or you're getting engaged and then, you're waiting until, just marry yourselves. I mean, that might be you have to go to the heavenly creator with that one, but I didn't think that was possible. And oh boy, last night, holy smokes. No, this isn't a G-rated one. And man, Donut, love you too, bro. I about passed out last night. I went and had some salad, like I said, and then I about lost my, my eyes. Definitely, doctor, my eyes. Tell me, please. I almost fell smooth over and slept like a baby. Slept like a child, sweet child of mine. I never really cared for Axel Grease. I just never really did. If you guys like them, that's fine. But they're coming home to roost now, people. They're all coming home. Not some of you may not care, but they're coming home to the hedge. Yeah, that demon, it was right there. I don't know how it got through the hedge, but it did. It must over, under, around. I don't know. It did. But there was Michael, about 12 foot, standing right there. So I slept like a baby. Had old Jackie boy here and Michael there, and it just was just stunned. It couldn't even do anything. I don't know how it got in, but it did. and probably through these damn TVs that are up on running and 24 hours a day. Now they've watched this because they shut them down now. They shut them down. So that's it. So it's a good thing. So this is so we're making some progress. There's a big one out there. It's as big as that screen right there. That whole that game, the projector uh, screen there, big as that. It maybe a little bigger. Maybe that branch. I can't believe it didn't take that whole door and everything out. It's amazing. Thank you, Father. That would have been an expensive one there. But they're here now, back on the property. Like I said, they weren't able to sell it. Too much that had to be done with these itty bitty. And he's on he's got 3 little trailers on one septic. So I try to help out as much as I can, whether he knows it or not. It's every little thing I can do in my mind. If I know, and I'm led to do, that's what I do. Just like with you, Millie, in my mind, that's all I can do. And then I stay true to that. And then I can't be, I can't be, I can't feel any shame or guilt or because my heart's in the right spot. And then that's why I wouldn't be angry either at you at all. Not even a little bit. I'm a little bit. A little sparky. Oh, you're just doing what you're doing. We're all learning as we go. What'd you do to him? I'm the only one that can kick his. You thought I was gonna make it 3, didn't you? Oh, what are they doing to you, huh? I gotta go kick some butt real quick. I'll be back. I'm gonna get some coffee and I'll be right back. Give me just a second. I apologize. Is that the good one? Yep, that's the good one. The other one crackle. Sorry about that, people. I didn't mean to bam you around. I'm not like that at all. Nope. No, I marries me women now. I don't want to. I don't want to be caught in that predicament. Oh no. Oh no. Uh, yeah. So there's. I apologize about that. Some things were taking place. Mikey's here and stuff, and it's all good. Everything's good. Just the baby. He was just crying. You know how they. He's still 4, but his speech is getting. He's getting a lot better on his speech. He's getting a lot easier to understand. He pronunciates his word. You can understand him a lot better now. Downtown. Yep, just a little bit. So let's see, where was I? Oh yeah, Craig Lane. And I seen she just got like real. And I was like, what is that? I didn't. So I had to always, and she'd go in and out of that. So it was kind of confusing for all of us, I'm sure. When you don't know what you're looking at and dealing with. So especially for Donnie, because I got him when he was young, and then he's been with me the whole time, and heard minus all the separation. So that's another arrow that the enemy has shot into that his psyche. So that's not good. Just, and then on top of my dysfunction and everything, and so he's got his own host of issues, along with my daughter and stuff. But praise our heavenly Father, good Lord, that they turned out to be, considering everything, all the crap we put them through. Man, children are resilient. And then prayers, a lot of prayers and fasting, and then so everything's. But yeah, he made it back just fine. Just got back from returning the. But yeah, that was kind of weird to see that. That was odd. And buying all kinds of stuff, thinking that if I bought that or did this, and it doesn't. You can't do that. That's not gonna. It's a. It's an inward manifestation, an inward condition. I mean, uh, it's an outward manifestation of an inward condition. That is. So let's see, where was it? Oh, Andy, that's right, Andy and the cow. Told you about that. He got mad. He's like, you got to put a fence up. And I noticed right then, I could see things were starting to change. He was starting to talk to me like I was one of his boy toys or something. I don't know. And I just was like, wait a minute. But what was I going to do now? Well, there was a lot I did, but it wasn't probably the most. But I had suggested a lot of things to him, and he didn't like that. He thought now that having his friends over a couple times, they were gonna come, and I had to fix that also, and let them know too. This is you don't want to, because you don't yeah, all his stuff, all those plants will be right out there. You can get him, his stuff, yourselves out of here quickly. And I'll just deal with, because I didn't want to sign a lease anyway. But I thought, some told me take a chance, and like, and I did. I wanted to, and I had that old man, that light, that wasn't that blue light special at Kmart. It was a Oh yeah, it was a light with a trumpet, little. It was blasting, and I just didn't. But he took that which isn't, which it wasn't a, you know, it was probably definitely a temptation, not on my part for any. Hold on, pardon me. Any kind of perversion stuff, not stuff like I said. I'm not even. But other things, Satan is extremely crafty. But our heavenly Father allows this stuff, and then you can use all that stuff. In my case, That's exactly how it worked. And I see it also is effective. It works that way. It's almost, that's the rule of thumb anyway. I'm seeing he just takes whatever and just turns it right around. Doesn't even, throws the act of the sin in the sea of forgetfulness, and then will use the, even though there's consequences, generational consequences, he still can use that. And that's exactly what happens in my case. And I'm seeing that in other people's lives. And that's why it's trying to keep us from, because when we unify, and I'm not talking about like in these, I'm, we are, like I keep saying, we are the, well, we are the church. And when we unify, and that we start to go away with that same sensation of truth, and not just hearing something that sounds good, but then you don't get to see that in motion because, or you do, and then you just, it's not, it's, you turn a blind eye because you're not in the word enough, and or have a relationship enough to either have the boldness and the conviction enough to convict respectfully and righteously judge people of authority, which you have, because you are people of authority. When it comes to a lie, and they're propagating and steering a lot of people that we claim to love, and even them, as forgive them for they know not what they do. They don't know what they do, because if they did, they wouldn't be doing it. And some of them will even say, oh, we do, like I said before, but they really don't. They think they do. They don't. Even the ones that hate and have sold out, and they're just absolute sold out to the dragon, they don't even really know. Only Satan, he knows. He just don't know when. And that's what he's, they're some of his minions have got more faith than it now. It knows. It can't believe that they're still hanging on. It's the craziest thing. It's the weirdest thing. It's almost like it's completely out of order how the this whole satanic uh uh little house cleaning this whole uh beginning is ending. It's amazing. So and I think, I could be mistaken. Well, no, I wouldn't. It was in the live chat, and it was something about being in revision. I was going to say no. We're actually, somebody said something about it was I think it was last night. It was whoever I was speaking to, the real kind soul. Even though we may not agree absolutely, isn't that the beautiful thing about humanity? It was something, and it came, and then now, because I'll let it go. Well, anyway, so Andy, oh Andy, man, he just got just real crappy, and uh, but I stayed busy and true, and I continued to just plug away. You know, uh, my my course of a day was get up, and pray, be up right as the sun was just starting to make its little circuit there, and beautiful, just beautiful mornings there. And um, I would start all my chores. I'd always wash out the water, the cattle's, all the livestock, the water, their water trough, and run the hose, and uh, feed everybody, and get the dogs all out of there, because I had to separate them at night, because sometimes they'd get a hair up their behinds, and I don't like to be woken up. A rude awakenings like that, oh man, I get angry. So it's just best to not go, and then I can't get back to sleep because my adrenaline's running. It's just kind of like last night, man. My heart was just doom 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 doom. I was like, man, that was something else. So I'd keep them in those stables, where the where I had my little Dutch doors, and I just throw down hay in there, and they were fine. It was really nice little cozy little situation out there. It was fun. Another thing that was really, really odd, strange, biblical. I know now. I even kind of knew then because I was listening to 3ABN and they were really just going over a lot of a lot of things that I had missed in this pursuit of wisdom as we're becoming that reflection of truth, right? In that in our what's that? No, he wasn't talking to me. In that image that we were created in. But mornings there were some of my special getting everybody up, myself praying, and the still small, um, just the calm peace that it offered. Morning offered as you ushered in the day, just alive, just on fire with the Holy Spirit, and just thanking the good Lord for. I just that's all I kept looking around, just going, wow. I was almost like I couldn't believe that I was even there. I was so thankful, so thankful. I got to play with those. I never thought that I here I was there. Those two girls that showed me those because I was so fascinated with the. They said, "Well, here we'll show you those black widows." I said, and here I was playing with them. I had been bitten by those so many times because I sleep outside. I slept, outside, and I'd been bitten. I had one time my whole face was just. I thought I had a stroke. My face was all drooped down, and I could, almost like it perfectly, almost just like a stroke. But I'd been bitten from our heavenly creator. Let me know later on that I was bitten by a black widow and had been bitten by a lot of stuff. So my immune system, and it's not so good. Like I get a cold real easy. I've got it started getting a little cold again. No, you can come in and grab that. Go ahead, son. No, I wasn't gonna grab that. Oh, um, love you. So, I've been bitten by a lot of stuff. Now, no, I know today. Now I've been bitten by a whole lot of stuff. Recluse, all kinds. I'm just very fortunate. The Lord has allowed these things to happen so my body could. But like I said, I get a cold. My immune system's really kind of like my ethics. When I was doing, you know, we're burglarizing homes. Don't steal nope, no presents, and the children's room are off limits. Completely ass backwards. Up, that's the third one. Now you might have caught another one in there. I don't know, but I don't go back and watch. Oh, Millie, I don't go back and watch, but when I do go to my thing, sometimes I'll see you right there. That because of the latest things that until it goes down, I'm like, whew, just because I'm not led to. I'm not led to. Otherwise, I would. I really would. Now, I do want, and I'll get back to Craig in a minute from the things when I got bit. I'll try to bookmark that. Bookmark being bit. But I wanted to mention something about last night with Mr. and Mrs. Hall, and something, John. He's. It's like I could just I can get the impression the Holy Spirit is really working in his life and through him and his wife, his beloved wife. And like they say, you can see that struggle that they had. You can see it. You can see the triumph. You see the triumph. You see the light and the glorious uh, um, truth in which they're becoming. They know they're eternally secure. You can see their salvation. They ain't you. You could see they're not questioning that today, or at least last night. But there was something, and I seen that, and I picked that up, Mrs. Hall. I picked up something you were. I felt like you were speaking to me almost, and I just want you to know that I thank you that you recognize things, and you also, Mr. Hall. And it's nothing, out of line. I'm not like that. But I appreciate that. I seen that in your eyes. I seen that, and I felt your concern and that pain also. It's amazing on how I was just sharing that with my son. That's what took me so long is that it's I would have thought, what the heck is going on with me? Like wanting to put my hands on people and this and that and being emotional and stuff. I was never like that. I couldn't be. I had to. I would have got killed where I was at. You don't ever shed it. You would have got killed. Plus, I did. That wasn't a thing you did, but I needed to. And there's a reason. It's like a pressure cooker. Boom. They make bombs out of them damn things. Of course, I make bigger bombs. You just ain't seen them. Fun, safe ones, but yeah, no, it's just yeah. Um, so now that I got off track because the pressure cooker. That's right. You gotta let that out, people. That's why we have tears, and they're going to be restored. And some might say, like I said, why would you want to have tears restored? Oh, they're going to be used in ways that ammunition for the enemy, for the fallen, those that it's amazing on what's taken place. So back to Craig Lane in the mornings, just beautiful mornings. And like I said, the quail would. Oh, I almost had his name. Kayla's innocent kid, and he finally caught on too. And then but they'd walk right across, and I would see him almost, well, not every morning, but enough to where if I wanted to, I could almost set a calendar by him. And then I got all those turkeys. They were wild type turkeys. They weren't like domesticated white. They were wild in the sense that they were like on a wild turkey with the colors. The beautiful. The male would do his little, strutting around, and I think I had 7 hens and one rooster. Like I say, I think I had one bull, and I had the rest were all cows. Some were heifers. I get confused on. I know that Guernsey, she was pregnant. They were all young. And I believe that even some of those females they get horns too. But I just didn't want to. So mornings were awesome. I love the just to wake up and wake up and the spiders all around. It just after a while, I just didn't. I didn't even. They didn't. I didn't even worry about them because I knew I wasn't gonna. They weren't gonna kill me now, and because I had some things to do still. So I thought, well, if that was gonna happen, it'd be a sad way to go out here in this field. But this is it. I was starting to learn a lot from the 3ABN and just all the stuff, all the singing and the just all the different programming that they had on there. It was just constant different stuff, cooking with the Mitchell sisters, and they were fun. Those three sisters, and you just could see it, and they were so real about it. They didn't like oh, we can't use that. You guys are that was too uh you were showing signs of being too human. You know, one might have, and some people may not have seen it, but one might have, just kind of, it's just cute and fun and just real. It was real life in true time. And they didn't, and you could tell they didn't. Now maybe they did cut some stuff was on the floor. They're like, well, just sweep that up. We'll just leave that on the cutting room floor. But they let a lot of stuff run, and I appreciated that they let a lot of stuff run. Like I said, that song "Freedom Flood" that the Lord help us write. They're in that treatment center, just right down here, not very far. Crazy. Just realized that years ago. A matter of fact, I was on. I think that was at the time I was on probation still. She didn't want to put me in jail. Old um, Kelly Stave, my probation officer. Another one of her attempts to try to keep little Donnie Steen from tripping himself up because she didn't know exactly what was going on upstairs. He was a major self sabotager, but she was Christian enough, because that's what she had said, and I could see it. I seen the fire in her eyes, and she knew. And nobody else in that office would have ever, Matter of fact, she stopped. She'd leave her door open for everybody else that she would on her caseload, but she'd shut the door and yeah, because those guys were right there, the other probation officers, and they'd be right there if somebody got sideways. She was just a little cute little. She was married, cute little, just a good Christ-like woman, and went right there. That was she was the first place I went when I got out of McNeil. Now I just went all the way back up here again. So we're in the morning time. Oh, the robin just did what it did, and it's time for them to be popping some corn for a movie. No, um, so yeah, Andy's just acting a fool. And I've having to suggest that he's not liking it. And what's happening is I'm actually seeing some things that I didn't see before because I hadn't spent enough time with the troubled soul. From one troubled from one troubled unit to another, I didn't spend enough quality time with him, so I didn't. I just went ahead and. I mean, I had a couple different meetings before I'd let him on my property, but I realized when he snapped, like I said, those like a great white with them eyes, they start to roll. That membrane goes over, so they don't get their eyes gouged out when they go up and try to nail an unsuspecting sill pup. That's funny, John. Shark baby. Well, you need to just go snorkeling. It's fun, or not. Maybe it won't be your deal, but so yeah, I could see his daddy is he was angry with his dad. His father, first of all, his creator, he was angry with. That's why he was in the condition he was trying to become. And I'd never seen him like that, cross dress in front of me ever. There he did, in that mirror held all of it. It held it all. And when I went back in there, I had to clean that whole place because in my mind I was not going back to that master bedroom and my family back in there, because mouth ended up coming back. Did I just say that? I meant Ralph. It was my fault, but hey, it's my story. Oh, they watch it, so they have to, because we're going shopping tomorrow. Just shopping. You already know. I'm faithful. Got to get all those containers. All those containers over there I got. Here, let me show you. Let me see. All these containers. I got a bunch of different sizes. These little, so I can put some dried fruit and stuff for the road. Had these out in the shed for a while. I had to wash them up. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. A smaller cylinder type. Let's see. Pardon me. I want to look at and see who just rung a dung dung. Oh, my beloved Kathy Brady. Kathy Brady Schwartz. So I'm gonna get them going for my trip. But yeah, so he never cross dressed in front of. I seen him, like I said, later on after all that mess was over, and I couldn't believe it. And he was looking at me like he was mad at me because I recognized him or her or he she or he's a she and she's a he, and it's a oh, poor Robin. It's he's a she and she's a he, and he's a he she, and oh man. So it was a drive-by fruiting. Oh, sir, it was a drive-by fruiting. Um, I couldn't believe it. The hat and the fur. I just couldn't believe it. The whole deal there at the same place. Me and Blindy used to go get boxes Oxidized chocolate. Just eat it, I said. It's all you're getting. So, I used to say it to my kids. They're like, Daddy, come on, let's go to Lila's. Man, I never go there ever, ever. And they're out of business. I was just telling my daughter, she's like, Dad, it's not it's not like it's spelled. It's the opposite. It's the last is swapped. The EI is swapped. LIE is flipped around. Pardon me. And I said I tried looking it up so I could show them on my deal. Just for not that I'm you guys know I'm not going to lie to you. At least I know that. I'm certain by now. That's why if I'm led to, I'm going to get that dang stuff and I'll just send it to you just to show you. You want some good jerky? Oh man, the pork. I won't advocate that. I'll pray that you're led to do that. If not, well, you're just be happy and just know and let it be settled in your mind. But I'll send you some of that. Oh man, they got 3 different kinds. They got this maple kind. I don't know what the maple does to that meat, but it tenderizes it a little differently than the original or the teriyaki. It's all good. It's all good. Oh, and their pieces are like they're like this. And I would just have those girls because most of the girls are rapping it. The men are back there cutting the meat. It's a family affair. You could probably even order some online. You could probably even but so anyway, he's a she and angry with me because I'm playing that stuff out just like the scenario over with the Catholic guy, the Mexican dude over in the pre-owner of Martin's deal that I had an option to buy, which was in foreclosure. He had lost to foreclosure also. It went to I don't know how it worked out, but it was the I don't know I don't know what they call them because I'm not into the religious. I'm not a biblical scholar or any of that. And nor do I want to be, nor do I need to be. Uh, Coming just fine. So, he was angry when he flipped out. And I said, listen, I suggest, and he said, and that's when I said suggest, his little twisted situation over there with his daddy. Yeah, Ohio for sure. Andy boy, it was crazy because he started telling me, like I said, once, before he hits, he got a little twitch in his glitch. Uh, I could see his whole life. It was his life story just started to kind of just come out. And I said, actually, this is my house that you're in right here. I said, I'll leave when I'm ready. Uh, uh, when I'm ready to have you done hearing what you're ready to finish hearing me say, something like that. And it went something kind of like that. Standing right there in my beautiful, beautiful living room, big living room, pellet stove behind him. I left him I had some Henry the something rather, beautiful, beautiful carved furniture, this settee, this little, oh man, this love seat. It was, man, I had some really nice stuff but I just, like I said, I'd enjoy it. And then I'd let someone else would enjoy it. And I seen that in them, what they really, not someone that was trying to hustle me to make a few bucks, which there was a lot of them too. And sometimes I'd let a few of them because that's how I had to, can't tie my money up. And when the people that loved it, that, because they could love it, but not have the money I need to recoup to, and sometimes I made concession, I've brushed over that if I made more on one deal just because that's how I am. Hey mister, you're the nicest mister here. I made that stuff and I graded all those crystals out of the ground myself, most of them, me and Dean's the one that Dean and old crazy Carl on his traveling rock show. Oh god, that guy was another confused. That dude was a good, he was a friend, but that guy was a Twinkie puffin butt pirate that he was very confused. Love him, and I just don't go visit him anymore because he's just so psychotic now. But I'd helped a guy out, him and his roommate with Ron. We'll get to that shortly. The park ranger that is dying. He might be dead of AIDS now, but both of them just just a sad state of affairs. So anyway, Andy, he's uh flipping out on me in my place, and I'm like, okay, all right. So and I had to keep my composure because I wasn't as calm and cool and collected, and I wasn't as refined as I am now. Like I said, it's not. I know, I know the truth, and it's becoming us. So I'm not. It doesn't bother me to exercise some truth, logic, and common sense. Thank you, Uncle Ted. It's definitely not taking a backseat to madness and just you know alcoholism or drug stupor, or just being misled with other things that I could be preoccupied with. um so I decided to go ahead, and because I really not pack all his stuff up. Remember when I said yesterday, I asked him, I made it real clear. Ooh, we're already at 1:15. I made it real clear to him I didn't want no seeds. And I understood, I myself didn't have any seeds. See, so that's why I didn't want him to have any seeds. Now it'd be different if I started with seeds, that'd be fine. And then I would go over and I would ask him to have permission, because I was just right there. I dug his holes different the way he wanted them before I had to. Oh, and I'll tell you about what happened with that excavator and the owner, and he ended up leaving it. Oh, go ahead, use it as long as you want. I'm serious, the true story. Just make sure you put gas in it, and serious. So I ran that meter, and oh man, and then they came and got it when they had someone else that was ready for it. It was a craziest thing. It was awesome. But before I get completely off the rails again, um, but isn't it fun? Because it's all so true. Oh, that reflection's beautiful. So he's snapping. This is a reflection. I'm seeing his now. I'm seeing his daddy's eyes, has his father's eyes. And I was like, oh, yeah, I see what we're dealing. I knew we were dealing with something, but I didn't know quite what I had stepped into. But it stunk. It stunk so bad that my dog's even always sniffing all up on him. And I'm like, Bud, Buster, come here, and baby girl, and that biblical, you thought I might have skipped over that. We'll blend that in, but those frogs everywhere, frogs everywhere, and in Northern California, frogs. Where'd the frogs come from? Well, I did have a pond, but it wasn't that big, and it was dry everywhere. You know how it is up in that. Man, it gets 110, 100. I think it was a record period record for anywhere here. I think it was the record ever. And I believe that because when we were in the motel, when we first got to Reading, before we met up with Joey and Bonneview Towing Dave and all that, and moved over there, uh we used to be brainwashed with this loop to loop thing, because I didn't like watching just anything, but they would loop this for people that were coming to experience Shasta County in California. um you know all the wonders of the sights and the dam, and all the lakes and everything that you would hope to see if you were a visitor, right? So they and one of the deals is that it's the hottest place it ever got on earth. I believe that's what was one of the deals. Seriously, definitely in America, but I think they said on earth, and it just getting the reason and I was like, what? And that it only rains. And that's the other thing, because my son said, and grandma said that it rains more there. And I was wondering, how does she know about Reading? Because she said we'd been there. And I was like, that's a lie, because she had lied, so I just thought it was another lie. Well, it was actually Anderson. And when we were on our way down with Ted, when I had gotten out of that 90-day deal from Pound and Bob, that's probably why I thought he was Bob, John. His name was John that pounded Bob, and got me out for that trip. It was Anderson, but she said, "Oh, it rains just as much there as it does here," which was a lie. And I said that because that was one of the other things that was looped into that reel for the to stimulate the stimulus checks, stimulate the tourist, which was a good idea. And it gave gives us a little FYIs. Oh, a little good little thing to stuff to know. So I took pictures of those things. I don't eat fast food stuff like that. What I sent on my that's on the wall back there from years ago. That a commitment. It's you got to follow through the thing I shared. That's been up on the wall for years. I don't do the Chinese food, and the one I had right here, just to let you know. So, and then he said, and it says there's over 300 days of sunshine a year. And he didn't say she lied because he loves his grandma, but that's why you got to be careful. People talk crap about you, and I knew, but I didn't keep them. I didn't play that little game. I'm gonna keep my kids from you because you're my children, as it were. God, I'm spinning that globe. I'm trying to be a kick that kick that whole round can down the road. I love you, Mr. L. Come so far, we have you and I both so far learning so much. We are. Oh boy, Rosie and that Bible thumping chicken. Hmm. So yeah, just seen it coming out, man. I was like, I knew then. No seeds. So he's got this seed in here, and I didn't know all this. You can't. You just a good deed just will never go unpunished, and so that's just it. And it's not that I wouldn't do it again because I would. I'd just do things differently. I wouldn't stop me from helping people, you know. But yeah, he's like, Dad, I can't believe it. And then twice we got a nice. It's over 300 days. It doesn't rain just as much there, and hottest place on the planet at one time. I think it got 118 or was it 19, something like that, or something. I don't know. Anyway, it got warm, but I like the sun. Oh man, I don't even really burn unless, like I said, I'm out there in Lake Washington or Union doing sinning, and then I'm in that water like a little otter, and then that's magnified onto my body. That was the worst burn I'd ever had in my life, man. I had that plasma was just running down my face, just sticky. Like, sir, you're gonna have to sit up. I'm like, listen, this is the life. If it's gonna be this, I said, yeah, that's right. I will never ever. Don't do that, people. Unless you don't do that. They say, oh, your body. Well, yeah, that's fine, but why would you put your body through that stuff unless somebody actually needed it? Something going on with that, people. Be cautious. Don't just go giving your damn blood away unless you know something. I don't know. Anyway, so last time I let them harpoon me, I didn't even know they were going to do it on God's way. Well, they thought it was funny. That wasn't in the report, but it was in my garbage can, and I'm sure Matthew got a hold of that. It was in his safe, but I'm getting a little too far ahead. So he's angry with me, and I'll get back to because just to so it's hot. I don't have I don't like the way I'm being looked at half the time, but I know who I am, and now becoming all of us. So that didn't really trip me up, and so I swam whenever I swam throughout the day. I'd work and I'd start getting hot. I'd just go jump in my pool because I made sure my pool. I took that too. I took that the pellets. I took all of it. I took it all and come to find out, I think she got it back. It was a scammer right there. When it went to auction, she was there. She had a third party, And I heard through somebody, a close little birdie actually, said, and they took everything. You damn right. I paid for it. It was mine. What are you talking about? It was all mine. So, and I would have had it. She would have just been a little more, but that wasn't. It wasn't designed for that. Wasn't designed. They had tried to. They wanted me. They wanted to get that money and get me, because there's no way I would have had that paid off. It was a contract that was. There's no way. And I told my real estate buddy here, and he's like, Roy, nobody could have done that. Nobody could have done that in 3 years. And I said, well, actually, I could have, if I had the right counterpart. If I had my helpmate. Oh, I would have. And I would have, because I even told him, write it up whatever way you need to. I need a piece of property. Do you see this? He goes, oh yeah, my brother grows also. Oh, don't worry, we'll get you into a place. So in that sense, it was but on their end, and he was a real estate agent. My buddy here that does the inspections, Rick, like I said, his son-in-law that took me down, the one that was, I said I didn't grease that, the bounty hunter. He even said, Roy, we wouldn't let you do that. That was illegal. That was it. They scammed you, and that all that money. That's why when you went down to do that paper in the city, and they said, because I told them, I said I went in to do something, and the lady said, I don't know what's happening here. Something isn't right with this paperwork here, but I'm whatever. I'm just gonna mind my own business. And I didn't ever offer any extra information, because I learned to, even though I am now, because this is what I'm led to do. I'm to earn your trust and to bring you along with this. So I'll be extra honest with you, if there is such a thing. He said, yeah, Roy, no. And it's not on my credit. It's nowhere. It's not, and it should have been. But even at that, I would, like I said, I would have went down and I would have got my own place. I would have bid right against it. They would have been bidding against each other. So I took all my stuff. I took it all. Sad thing is my all my animals I had to, other than my cattle, I had my friend. I think his name was Wayne. Yeah, I think his name was Wayne. The old man that would take me to the auctions. I just wasn't into it. I didn't like how they treated the cattle. But like I said, I got three more, and I got three over on God's Way, and then I got three more for a total of six, and then the two horses and all the turkeys, and which ended up being their pen was the original pig, because it was a pig farm and a horse ranch. Um, and I used that. The place you could see where they'd slaughtered their little staging stuff, which is just disgusting for me now. But I mean, I'll do my own butchering of stuff, but not those pigs. I just their pet. They would be my pets. They would be part of my sand. I would just use them as the garbage disposal. I had a hard time. I couldn't believe they had to bring two cages to get old Wilbur and the ones over on God's Way in. They ate good. They grew fast. I had to get rid of them quick once I come to that realization. Once through ABN, I was like, wow. So see, the Lord uses all these different um, denominations. All these different denominations. I was receiving these different, even from Mr. Hagler Lewis there in jail, when he'd come in, walk around. I knew there was something mighty about that little man, a little black mighty man, just like the Jabez's prayer. That's. I'm glad that. Do you know that somebody handed me that? A homeless lady handed me and Tawana that. Remember that? Wow, that's amazing. When I remember when I discussed about Mikey, when he said that little comment, and I took them to that with their first little date with Daddy, that church that fed Friday night. They're probably feeding now, maybe not. That oh God, don't let me lose it. I want to. Oh man, there was something that tied together that was crazy. I just realized that. Oh man, don't let me leave. Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you, Father. There was a homeless lady there that I felt so bad for. I wanted to help. So we bought her some stuff for Christmas. She was so proud she didn't want to take anything. She lived in the bushes. She would go to, they'd let her in at McDonald's and certain places because they felt bad for her also, but she wouldn't take anything. She wouldn't take anything free. And she pushed this cart around and she lived. I mean, I'm telling you, the weather around here isn't the most hospital. It's not the nicest. And she lived right there by the Narrows Bridge. And, because it was all the way down 6th, the very end of 6th almost. Right there where TCC, where it crossed. It was over and going down right to the water, which where my roommate, I don't want to get too far ahead. This last one, Norm, lives. Man, man. If I didn't, I wouldn't even be able to finish it. I wouldn't. I'd say I gotta go because all this stuff. It's just even. So she gave me that piece of paper that's on that. I had that in my wallet when I still lived on 12th and Sprague. Then I was on 9th and Sprague, and then I lived on right there on Tammy and Sheridan, right on the. And then there's that great streak to me, and then the check cashing place, and oh my God, and blah blah blah. It just goes on and on and on, and it just keeps going. So she gave me that Jabez's prayer and that book. I knew that prayer well. She goes, "Here, the Lord led me to, he wanted me to get," and she didn't, she was real quiet. She liked it, but and they all left her alone. You know how some people are real mean to, and they know amongst the homeless there, but, they just left her alone. And, but I couldn't leave her alone. I just wanted to know her. I wanted to be close to her. And it was like that lady in Home Alone with the pigeons. She looked just like her. And she handed me that piece of paper, and I knew that prayer well because that book followed me. And I don't even know how that book followed me. I do know now, but it was just amazing because I didn't have that book. That book, there was that link that was cut, and that dysfunction where it's just a book. And Nita and Bob and Nita, Pastor Bob there, and when we lived in Algona Pacific, it was crazy. Before I ran off to Maine, before I sold that undercover cop that dope, which I didn't even sell to him. It was a big trick bag. I didn't even, because I knew then they were cops. I didn't even receive the money, but you know how corrupt the system is. But I got that piece of paper from her, and so I kept it in my wallet. And then when I moved here, because I moved here soon, not long after I met Levi in the jail, and he told me about this place out here, and I thought, oh man. And then I found out, man, I just got I that's where that game warden put his hands on me, asked if he could pray for me, went out of his way to call this probation officer that never answers her phone. As a matter of fact, that is a rule. She has a rule. She does not answer her phone. It's crazy. It's amazing is what it is. It's love. It's light. It's life. It's law. It's law. It's plumb truth. So yeah, there's that piece of paper. So I'm back in Craig Lane now, and then yeah, he's just, and he snaps out of it, But I seen that. I seen him. His eyes roll, and I knew I was what I was dealing with then, and so I had to. You think I would have known, but I just did. I didn't know. I didn't. I had so much going on, but it's definitely a process. And then I had a tweaker that lived on this side of me, in the back where they would come in, the thieves. The mold and the thieves, Roy. The mold and the thieves. But this tweaker that lived on his dad's property, if you were going in northbound down my drive on the left, on the west side, this tweaker, he was a major tweaker, but he knew. I let him know right away. And he knew, even all his company knew, they did not want to come across. They knew my dogs stayed on that side, and all it was a barbed wire fence. It was just a cattle fence. They could go, like I said, my dogs. I had to train them. Plus, the neighbor on God's Way had to shoot. Boom! He said, Roy, I didn't want to shoot your dogs, but legally we can up here if they're in our pasture, and I didn't want them chasing my cattle. Well, I had, like I said, when I got them from Steve up on the mountain, they were still young enough, and we had some words with my cattle, and they just laid with them. They didn't chase them, and that, but they were over in the neighbor's pasture. I thought maybe he was one of the ones responsible for. He was an animal lover. He would never have done that, poisoned him, you know. But he shot at him, and they sat right down. Oh, Buster, boy, he would stop, drop, and roll. But he was a boy. What that blood? But that boy, man, he would stop that obedience school that the county put him through was amazing. So it works. He was just, once he got that blood in him, but he was like, it was hard to, with a good owner though, even after that, him killing that dog, because the girlfriend probably just didn't know, wasn't a good steward of those, where we have dominion over these. You have to, if you're going to breed these, you can have straight dogs that are, because they breed those. I'm certain that there was lab in them, because those labs are just high strung, and they know what they're doing. They're sadistic. They want to see a bloodbath. And she didn't know. You can. So that obedience school, I could see it in Buster. I seen it, but I also seen when he got pissy. There's the thing. That's the fourth one. They would that was it. Their eye. It was over. It was sad, but there was a way to maintain that. You just don't go, and then don't venture there again. Just stop doing that if it causes you to sin or discomfort. Because those poor dogs, they didn't know. They don't know. They don't process information like that. They're not nothing even like an orca whale. Some are brighter than others, but they're of course, those orcas they can only process so much, but way more than these fools. Oh, Inslee, what a ding dong. Yeah, it's a bunch of stuff. But so yeah, mornings there were just so beautiful. Even with the negativity in there, with the negativity. Because I had 3ABN playing, and I was singing hymns, and the spirit of truth was becoming all of us. And even the tweaker there, they were up all the time. You know how they are. And out there, this was one of, like I said, I didn't mess with the, like I said, I stopped doing that stuff when it's all garbage. But for the risk of sounding like I'm glorifying it, it just was, yeah, it's all garbage. But yeah, they knew. Plus, I had things kind of popping off every once in a while, different things I may not be able to have, but I've got friends that can just, and they're all around. And so yeah, the melon pieces flew. Oh man, fruit up there grew like, man, the Asians down right across from Ron. Matter of fact, I ended up moving down the road before I came back to Washington. Had a big strawberry patch, and that's what I'm sure bought that little property there, and the little corner store right there. It was I think it was Happy Valley. I forgot the name of it. I don't know why, but I know Happy Stop, the ones that gave us the water. But then there was the other one down there, right down across from Ron's, still up in Happy Valley, not far from God's Way and Craig. But they had meat. I would buy meat there, because I knew the owner, and he would slaughter. I'd watch him. They'd slaughter. Matter of fact, my Wayne, my buddy, the old man, it was his neighbor. He was the one. He got him into getting cattle. And they would slaughter him right there, right in broad daylight, right out, and cat traffic going by, and then everybody'd know, the meat's gonna be. They'd get it right there on the in the cooler. But right across the street from them, the Asians had the strawberry, and the strawberries they just grow, just you wouldn't believe, and they were little, they were so delicious. Those things you can't travel with them. That's why I know you gotta pick them and sell them right there, because you can't. It's like ice cream with me when I was trying to promote that. I had a real hard time keeping everything. So if I would have hauled, had I kept that property on Craig, that's what I would have done. I wanted a big strawberry patch, and I would have sold off to the. I would try to get in a little road in there. Had some people that come in and pick, and then just a little patch, and then I would have done some of it also, and did other vegetables like cantaloupe, which we used to watch fly to pieces. So yeah, they stayed on their side of the fence, and even sometimes I would hear at night when I was in full bloom, and John, and not John, I almost called him John again. Andy, he looked like a John though, more like a Bob John. Sorry, John. I could hear him, at night, because I'd wake up real quick, and he goes, "Oh, come on, let's go," because they had quite a little bit of property too. They had probably 3, 4 acres or so. It was his dad's, and he was older, but this guy was, they were, and he tried to be nice and asked if I needed. He had an implement that probably would have fit on my tractor, but I didn't want to start becoming chummy with him. I was respectful, but I never, we didn't. Oh, they're alive now. I could probably share that, but I'll do that in a minute. So, he stayed on his side of the fence, and I'd hear him say, sometimes he'd hear that, he'd be like, "Look, let's go over," because he'd have new company, and I get familiar with voices, and they'd start getting a little too close, and, "Hey, what's that over there?" Oh, and because he's not, he's some of these, he's not going to, he doesn't, he's not so smart by what he's doing to his body and mind and stuff, spirit. He's intelligent enough to where he just doesn't say, probably doesn't involve too much extra information, but people, his uh guests that hadn't been there, at least when I'm are the new sheriff on that piece of property, you know so they're like, and when you got 100, to almost 200 pretty good sized plants on one side, real monstrous huge trees, they can draw people's attention, the wrong people's attention. So that sound also will quell that notion to maybe want to investigate a little further sometime, when you're not there with your, because he was you could tell he was a decent person. He was mixed, he's messed up messing with that stuff, and he knew I was a Christian. He heard that 3ABN playing constantly, and he had a dog over there that I was hoping that he was, and sure enough, I remember one time we had a girl over there that he wasn't being very nice to, but I don't think he was beating her. Of course, that I there, what would I do? It was on his property, unless I was in my line of sight. But she had her young boy over there, and they had been there for a week or so, and I think they had moved there in one of the trailers, and they were probably having relations, him and her, and he was kind of an ass when he had been up for a while, like most people are that are on that crap. And there was a burger that the dog had eaten, and she said, "Oh, the dog got the boy's burger," and he said, "Yeah, well, when you leave so." And I thought, well, that was at least you didn't. And she could hear what was going on over there too. And I remember one day they were high, and she was like, and they were having a deal, and well, you're not much of a Christian. She didn't say it to me, but she was insinuating that because I wasn't over the fence beating his ass. That's the fourth, fifth one or so, or attempting to, because they're high, and she's running her mouth, and he's telling her, get out then, or whatever. They're just in there, just like people are when they're up for days and tweaking. And so I had enough property, and I was, I didn't, it's just sometimes it'd get loud, and it would. So I apologize to any of you that mouth. I used to get so embarrassed when she'd start running her mouth, and all the oh God, man, that's how a lot of the police calling got happened. It's just the yelling and stuff. So I apologize for any neighbors that I had offended or scared, or by just my involvement, because I wasn't always the one yelling. I'm not saying that, but I involved that in my own dysfunction. Some might say, well, how, if you didn't know, you wouldn't, why would you want to apologize? Well, because now I know. And so it's like, man, I've said before, I just didn't have the fortitude to stay out and keep her out, even for her own good, my own good, your own good, all of our, so you just like a dog, you just return, and then it just creates this whole resonancy, this evil resonancy, and you can feel it. It just, oof. It's not becoming of you know, it's not what we want to be gazing into. That's for sure. So, yeah, he got real weird. He started showing his real true colors, old Andy, and his plants weren't growing near as fast. And he was doing he was trying to do it organic, and he was asking me, but he was a little too prideful and arrogant. It was his first time. That was one of the reasons why I wanted him to grow, because the other folks, they were from Arcata, and they grew up growing, but they were neat hippie kids, and or young adults. And but I wanted to give this guy, because he was from Ohio, and he was, and now I know he's running. He told me, yeah, I grew up in the construction deal. My dad owned a business, construction outfit, and this and that. And my friends are down here, so I moved here, and so I'm subletting this. And I always wonder, well, why aren't you growing? My friends grow, and they're master grow. Oh, that's the other thing, master growers. That's all he kept saying. They're master growers. They're master growers. These are the master growers I was telling you. I said, man, I don't care what and who they are. I told you, nobody on here. And he was like, well, and it finally got down to where, he got, like I said, crappy. Well, I got paperwork, and you signed it. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. You do. And I did. So we'll go ahead and we'll just roll with it for now. Cause I could just, like I said, hit spin cycle, and then I would just, whatever Wilbur wouldn't eat, I could feed to my dogs. No, I'm just kidding. His friends would probably want to know where he's at. And I would never, nor have I ever done it. I'm just being. It puts the lotion on its skin. Um, God, I wish you wouldn't have said that. But you already know, sweetheart. I'm just. You see the twinkle in my eye. Oh yeah, it's there. It is. So, reaping what we sow. I would never. God, are you serious? I love people too much. I'd sniff them bastards out. I'd be right on, like, they're all up in here. I already knew. That's why I could see what was underneath your feet in DC. Oh, it was bad news. He'd have never came there if I was there. Never. He would have never. That old fat bastard. Ah, pardon me. God, please forgive me. Cause, oh Lord Jesus, baby Jesus, please. I just sometimes I get a little zealous, but my heart's in the right spot, so I get justified. He justifies to me. So, let's see. So yeah, he got real weird. Oh, she comes back. because I got too far ahead. Like I said, I got too far ahead about Bug calling the police, because he's like, man, I can't, and I'm like, well, he's like, you want me to? I'm saying, well, I'm not going to tell you to do it, but man, I need to get, this is getting ridiculous. I didn't have because I'm not a cop caller, I'm not. And he's like, man, this is insane. This is, and he said, I had no idea, Uncle Donnie, I had no. So I was trying to tackle that. We got the first part of that, but anyway, I don't want to get too far ahead, because I evaded those suckers because they amended it to 4 felonies, and I wasn't going to use that little fag. Excuse my language. That they tried to give me this. Oh, you're going to prison. The same one that they gave Jerry. Same one they gave Jerry, and they said, oh no. I said, no, no. I said, I said, he's my brother. I said we're of one accord. I said, you're not, well, no, you need to stay over there, you're not family. I said, oh, but we are family. Who is my mother? Who is my brother? I said, oh, we are family. And I told him, I said, a matter of fact, I had that. What's the odds that he had the same exact public defender that I had? I said, oh, and when he's seen it all, he's like, oh, you stay over there. I said, oh no, you bastard. I said, no. That's why they tried getting him to take that plea bargain. If you don't do it, it's gonna get amended to the next courthouse, which was just a few steps away, to a felony with that child endangerment over Skylar. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We put them to, yeah, we just, and then had him stew on it, just like they do Friday. They send you all that quote bad news on Friday, so you'll stew on it and make bad, because they don't want you living in the moment. They can control it, because you'll make bad decisions. You won't stand out in faith. The Lord will be like, oh man, come on, you can do this, you know? So, man, I'm starting to get kind of cut up here. I better put my clothes back on. Um, so yeah, got right. I said, what's going on, Roy? I said, what's going on, Jerry? I said, they're dropping this, because they waited till that courtroom was empty when we got back from lunch. Because he didn't take, I said, don't take the plea bargain. I said, this is a lie. I said, this is all satanic. And I said, this is all no good. I said, we're gonna come back, and we're gonna just go ahead. We're gonna get you a good attorney. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna make sure I'm with you. Thanks, Roy. Thank you, man. His own family wouldn't even stand there with him, because they were busy. They had stuff. But my little fat baby, all I wanted. I said, I know, Jerry. Don't worry about it. I said, I'm right here with you. Don't worry. We're gonna go. We're gonna deal with these bastards. You don't worry about that. I'm right here with you. And I was. When we got back, he was hard of hearing. What's going on, Roy? They waited till he was the last one in the courtroom, and they said, Reynolds. And I said, go ahead, stand. And he stood up, and they said, blah, blah, and he goes, what's going on, Roy? I said, what's going on is we're getting the hell out of here. They dropped it. Let's go. And I dropped to my knees. I thanked our Heavenly Father, and we stepped right on out of there. But just hours before, if he didn't take that plea bargain, it was going to a felony. Man never done anything. Served his country. I think it was World War II even. Had his little service pistol up there, his little 41 caliber. I didn't even know they'd made a 41 until I met Bill, that little pedophile that used to pee on people, weirdo. Molested shotgun, my brother. That's why he wasn't there when I got out of Walla Walla. He knew, because I would be able to see. He knew. The Satanists, they know this. They know children of light. They know they don't. Because they know they can see. They can see this, and they don't want no part of it. They recoil, just like a snake. They recoil. They don't want no recourse going. They don't want no momentum heading that way, because it's simple, but boy, it just happens. And it's not subtle. It's all right there. It's been predisposed. Here it's, love is not going to just, it's that it's returning through us. That's why we just stay ready. That's the only thing he said, that he was going to come back. It's the only thing that might be a surprise. Everything is going to be restored. Everything. And you're going to know everything. Nothing, there ain't no secrets. None of that. God, I thought when he said he went to Victoria, I was thinking, man, could that be me? But I don't want to. Oh, I don't want to offend, you know, if it's not. My Heavenly Father, just pardon me, just real quick. Yeah, I'm going to have to share that. So, yeah, that Craig Lane, she comes back, and we're just about ready into full bloom. When she was gone that time, I told you I seen Kayla there at the. I almost had his name to her boyfriend because they were separated. Well, yeah, when you're like I said with Mike, he was cheating on my daughter while she's pregnant with this home wrecker who was cheating on him and said that he got her pregnant, which came out completely a different color. And he's like, "Wait a minute," and it's a crazy thing, crazy. And now she's, like I said, let's say, suppose you have a daughter. Oh, I do. Seems more than one. Just, I mean, one biological daughter at this point, but more than one because they're all our children, right? So she comes back, and the candy business is, it's pretty much it's just I'm just doing some. That's the other agreement that I had with Andy. And plus, he was like, "Oh yeah, I have no problem." Right the day that I said, "Okay, I'll let you, I'll do it." And he's like, "Really?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you've never grown. It'll be a nice experience." And this and that. He goes, "Well, I have some master growers." I said, "That's fine, but they just come in when I don't mind. You do things the way you want to. I'm not trying to control you. I want you to do things. If you want some help, I'll help you. But other than that," he goes, "Oh no, just dig my holes and this and that." And because I told him they weren't done, I said, "I'll do all that." Really? I said, "Yep." And he paid rent. He paid rent. Wasn't a lot. I wanted to help him out, do like for what Jerry did for me, and not be homophobic, and try to do to be a good person, you know. And so that like I said, a good deed never goes unpunished. So his plants, weren't near as big as mine, and I'd seen that he had snuck in a seed because his friends in California, he'd go visit, he'd tell me, we'd talk a little bit when we were getting along about his friends in California, and which sometimes it would it would the thought would pass my mind, well, why aren't you growing down there? But I didn't ask him that, it was none of my business. So he's like, "Yeah, I couldn't believe how big they get here, and this and that." And I'm like, "Yeah, neither could I. It was amazing." I said, and so I know he started getting jealous because mine were just, they were, like I said, that I think I finished that one out at 11 and a half feet. And all clones. No seed. If I would have had seed and I didn't want to, I stuck to my own rule. And I could have. I knew. I knew. I seen. I just didn't want any mishaps. When I seen that hermaphrodite, when I seen what happened to that deal, I didn't want to chance it. I needed to. I needed to pay my more. I wanted to buy the property. I had no time was ticking, and so um, how they ended up getting me is that I got behind on the monthly payments that didn't go towards the principal. So it was the way the paperwork was written up. But I did, like I said, I don't know exactly how it technically how it how it went. I just know that I had papers on my property, on my gate, saying that if you don't have this money, your property is going to be sold along with all these other list of them on such and such day at the county city building in Reading, which I knew well. Um, so he snuck in a male a seed that was a male, or something happened to it. It didn't matter at that point. Wiped him out, completely seeded. And every time I'd look over the fence, because I was in the corral, the one off to the beautiful corral. There was two of them off to the by the tweaker's side, and that's the one I have pictures of. That was I had plowed up with my little international just to get the cert, because that's, there's a lot of the year after year they had boarded horses there. I knew that that was some rich soil. It wasn't just hard pan like some of the other area. It was, I could incorporate that, and then I dig down deeper, because I was a waste not want not kind of guy, still am. And so yeah, I was just doing praying and a bunch of stuff. They like that. They like that singing, and they like all that. They grew for daddy. And then I did the tea, and you know, I just all the different things. They just grew every day. I watched them things grow. I just watched them grow. I just watched them things grow every day. And so he got some of mine, those seeds, the pollen, you know. That's why I was so dogmatic about him not having any seed, because it could have ruined me, and should have really by rights. It was a miracle. I know people that well, I know one fella that um Tawana got chummy with when she called the police. She said she didn't, but she had somebody do it. That I was growing that indoor one in on God's way that went to mites, because I didn't know what I was doing. It went to all mited out. She got chummy with a club owner, because the clubs just started popping up left and right. That got so crappy with somebody and so jealous that, and had a falling out, that he got so creative. And this is how to great lengths people will go to be evil and just spiteful and just vengeful and mean. He filled these ping pong balls full of pollen, and would uh, insert a pretty high powered firecracker in the center of these pollen packed balls, and then shoot them over. And if he couldn't get that to pop, and you go, what? To get that pollen, he'd be shaking pollen if there was a good, oh yeah, or even an ultralight. Oh man, you think he just would try to any way to pollinate rivals field, because that's, because those clubs were just, they weren't sell it wasn't selling, it was a donation. That's why the government got involved. See, they weren't getting their little kickback. Little greasy bastards. But here, oh, you can't use your debit card. They just want cash, because they're getting it. And they're not just like down in Harborside. It's just the biggest corrupt. But you guys already know. And you pay for this moon cheese mania. Just stop paying it. Just tell them, hey, listen, we're done paying your bullshit. We're done. Well, how's that going to work, Roy? Well, there's somebody that has a little more wheelhouse of knowledge to make that happen. We're just different parts of the same body. Come on, you need to snap out of this. There we go. Now it's focusing. So and I noticed, and I was like, well, gosh, he didn't even know. He had no idea. And I didn't know either. I'm looking at one of my plants, right up the one on the corner. I was like, it wasn't looking right to me. There's something wasn't right. And I went ahead and took off, because I would scrog mine. Like I said, my dogs I would lollipop them. I would keep them, because that was just mud bud. Nothing on the bottom. I made sure I kept it all clean, all clean, all clean up there, because there ain't no really fruit worth, that is good for market anyway. And that's where a lot of energy, is concentrated. You want up top, not on the bottom, that you're not going to use anyway. So I keep things, and but I decided there was a few I left down low. I leave some low just for early for me, so I could cut them off and then go ahead and take some ice and take those fresh buds and drop those in an ice bath and use a paint mixer and just knock those, solidify those oil glands, those trichomes. That's all they are, is oil. And like I said, nobody had taught me this stuff. I just started figuring out, wow, these aren't crystals, and this sticky is sap. This is oil. Okay, so I just started, once I got into the Rick Simpson, I started taking that. And my mind, it's like once that cancer wasn't eating me away anymore, I started becoming what I was cultivating. And oh, my palms itching big time. Must be three three uh three accountants, he said. Well, that was then. I don't know. I have no idea, but he's gonna take care of us, that's for sure. So I can sit back. So anyway, I'll mix that up and I'll get some nice bubble hash so I can have something to smoke while they're finishing off. And then there was times that I'll hoop house just a couple small ones, and right at March. I'll put them in at March on my birthday, which is too early. Even it's first day of spring, March 20th. I put them in at March clones, and then that way it's still too early, so they're triggered, they're light sensitive. So they don't care what time of year it is. They're light sensitive. And as long as I put them in at March, they get big enough, just big enough to where they're mature enough to where they're going to have some good fruit on them. And then they start to bud. And then they start to want to revert back, which they get retarded. They don't like doing that. They start to revert back to veg, but then I take them real quick so that I can have something for myself. You can do that too, just by covering them and making them think it's 12-12. But I was looking at one of my plants to do that, to take some. That's why I went all that way, to take some to spin out for myself. And but there's all kinds of people I know that have stuff from Donna, Your Royal Highness, from years before. She grow pounds and she didn't sell it. She didn't even smoke it after. She didn't care. She just liked the way it looked. So I was always into material if I needed medicine but like I said, I couldn't keep up with the orders and stuff. But I'm cutting these buds that I left on the bottom. I'm like, that feels like a seed. What the hell is that? And bink, pops right out. I went, you've got to be kidding. Now, life's gonna find a way. That's just the way. That's how it is. Even with all female plants. And I say this, and I tell people that I've sold pounds to. They're like, hey, hey Steen or Donnie or whatever. I found a seed in there, and like, okay, well, I want that seed. Really? Yeah, I'll give you $10 for that seed. All them seeds? It's like, yeah, I only found 3 or 4. And I said, in a pound. He goes, yeah, is that a male? I said, no. Did you think that's a male? Have you seen a male plant? Well, they don't grow. They didn't grow, so they don't know. I said, you look at what a male plant looks like when it's seeded. It looks like a big fat bud, and you just, and that's when and it's like they'll just start shooting out, and that bud that'll be so big and fat will be so flat, and there'll be nothing in it, and you'll have a pile of seeds. And all the energy it takes for the potency that goes into the females to make it potent and sticky, that's made for that pollen to stick to it. That's why when he's throwing that stuff, it sticks to those, and then that's how they get impregnated. So, what was I gonna say about they're still sticky, but all that energy that it takes for the potency of that goes into the creation of that seed, which is a beautiful thing. Can you imagine those seeds last for 1,000 years? It's like the honey in the tombs. Drop those seeds in there and boom, it's just a little bit of, it's like that darkness and moisture, but you can have them in the light, and they're fine. It's amazing on how that works that way. So anyway, some people are like, oh, what's a it's a male plant. What's the big deal? You'll see, because when you go ahead and dry that out after you've already taken all them seeds, it's like, hey, There's nothing to it. There's no potency to it because all that energy and it went to making that life, which again is amazing. Thank you, women. Thank you, Father. So, even though they're hard to navigate, man, you just have to try to try to yoke up with a believer. Oh, Miss Weaver, I love you so much. But like I said, I'm hoping the 20th. But we'll just do this. We'll be the best of friends. I still have hope. I'm not lost. I ain't lost all hope. So yeah, there it was. My plan. I'm like, this is crazy. This is something ain't right, man. Are you sure? I started my whole world started to just spin because it ain't just a few seeds. Because we'll all have a couple seeds. That's life's gonna because if nobody was to go and harvest that and it went back into the ground like where it was created, right? In a sense, because we're and it goes back into the ground, that is going to assure itself life. Just like the ones that get all stressed out, they'll throw nanners, they'll impregnate themselves because there's something happened to it, and in, it'll impregnate itself so that it goes back into the ground. It'll assure life for the next season, for the next, that's kind of cool the way it does that. Once you get that understood, so a few seeds are just fine. I told people they're like, "Oh, really?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah. Did anybody come back with the ounces that you milled out from that pound or 3 pounds or whatever it was?" Because he'd sell ounces of the pound or a quarter pound of that, and they'd sell an ounce, and then they'd sell a half ounce, and then they'd sell 2 quarters to somebody that's breaking up into 2/8 and then a 7 grams, and you see what I mean? Everybody has their own, and then the money comes right, but it's not going to Mexico. It stayed right there in town. That's why, um, you farmed one of three things: olives, cattle, or pot. And pot far exceeded all of them, but far exceeded them. So I said, this is nuts. So I started checking all the other buds. I'm like, okay. And it was amazing. I don't know how. This didn't, it only happened on one plant. So I went ahead and I broke my own rule. I took my pool thing that it's your pool ladder. I had a deck to go in so you could dive off my pool, but I had a big pool ladder that you can climb up one side and down the other. Funny, up one side and down the other. And I went up over his fence, which I never did because nobody we I was taught that you just don't do that. Toby was respectful and said, "Hey, let your friend know he needs to get that out of there." Because Mike had tweaked it. I get jealous, kicked it around. I had to tie it together, and it was resilient. It just took. I was like, "Wow, that's amazing." Did it twice, and finally it got freakified. So yeah, I had to. Man, you ain't gonna steal from me. So I hopped his fence, and he had some. His buds were way fatter than mine, and I mean these things were like Kong dong buds. They were, but their plants were short. They were shorter than I was. They were like 4 feet tall, but they were just beautiful because but he did everything his master growers told him to do, and he was like, "What's?" And you could see the anger, and he didn't understand why mine were way bigger than his, and what? Oh man, Dragon Lords from the East. Is this? Oh, you guys are just. I love you guys. Um, pardon me. So I'm gonna get some more coffee in a minute. Give me a second, will you, people? And let's see I'm gonna bookmark this. That's right. I was going over his fence. Is that it? Yep, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one we's were looking for. These is not the ones you looking for. There we go. So I climb the fence and I give his big old fat old buds a fill, and they're just so rock solid. I'm like, wow, this is just now they should be rock solid. You don't want them all mossy and they've been something ain't right. You don't want to be able to. I've seen them where they're real wispy, but that's usually a toxicity. People think that the more you feed them, the bigger they'll get and the healthier. That's not how that works. At least not in my reality. And those things were just so rock solid. I'm like, what? So I went ahead and I every single one, all of them, 90 something, every one. Talk about reaping what you sow, people. Every single one completely just, well, people that know, there's nothing. Okay, they were all finished. And he spent so much time. I'll have to say this in all honesty. He spent more time with his primping them and doing this and that than I ever did with mine because I just he it was his first time, so he wanted to he was very intimate with him. He was down there just I'll always and they just so in that sense, he he was a good steward of that, but he just didn't play by the rules in a lot of senses. And I thank the good Lord. Then I knew I was protected. If you would have seen you would have. Hold on, I gotta let Jax out. He's gonna just bark until. Is that it? Yep, that's the one. Because my son is sleeping on the couch, but that's the wrong ear. Sleeping on the couch. My daughter's in her room with the baby and Michael. I think their daddy. I think he left now. Um. So yeah, there he's just completely loaded. That those things were. That's I thought they were a little large for how I thought that, and they're just if people that know when they were just it was crazy, and so I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything because I wasn't led to, and I was angry. I was angry, and but I was very thankful also that I I just can't believe that I didn't get wiped out. It was absolutely amazing that I didn't get the seeds get pollinated because that stuff travels in the Gulf. You could have that in a stream in a Gulf Stream, and that stuff travel for miles and miles and miles. And once it sticks to that, boy, she just wants it. But yeah, so it just sticks right to her, and that's how you'll see that little hair right there. You'll know. And like I said, if I knew now, of course, hindsight's always 2020. But he found out. Oh, he found out. harvest time, which was just right around. Matter of fact, and he watched me. He watched me. Because mouth came back. I let her back in because it's harvest time. You know the money's going to be really rolling, and I've lost orders left and right. I've lost orders left and right, and people. Matter of fact, when I'd go in to fill these orders, when she was gone, I was struggling to do it. I should have, but I couldn't do anything because now I had this rented out to Andy, and he let me go in and make candy once in a while. Old Andy, that was part of the deal. He's like, yeah, no problem. It'll be fun. I'll watch you this and that. I'm like, well, I don't know if I want you to watch me, but I needed my kitchen. It was perfect for making candy. It had a big island, and I could get around and do a lot of stuff, and I did. I made a batch. My last one before I just said, you know what, I had to call everybody and said, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm not going to be able to. It was a San Jose one, and that was the last one. And he watched a little bit, and he's like, man, it's a lot of work. And yeah, it is a lot of work. It's a whole lot of work. Because my whole thing was I wouldn't, especially the new customers, I wouldn't make anything under at least an 800. I don't know why, but it was an $800. Pardon me, an $800 order. But that's just because I didn't just go and just get the stuff and pull the stuff off the shelf I already made. I had to go, and our little motto also was not only we could make any, we could create anything you can think of. We can make anything we could create anything you could think of or something like that. Anyway, but I'd go to Walmart and get like for the peanut brittle and the peanut the bit of honey and all that stuff. I try to do everything as organic as possible. Anything you could think of, we could create. That's what it was. And because with the internet that was rolling, and the children and Tawana, they were. That's how I was able to get all them photos. Is I took photos on a camera that Forrest gave me. Um, Sil, would you shut that door, honey? I might have to get up and shut that door. Um, the photos. What was I going to say? Something about the photos, and yeah, that otherwise I wouldn't have any footage, any just other than what's on my what I have in just regular photos, actual photos, not digital photos. But he gave me a nice digital camera, and so that's how I was. And I didn't know how to download them. I didn't know how to do any. But with all the internet, you can. That's how she came up with every like peanut brittle. That's pretty easy. That's just easy recipe. We're doing the chicle, the gum base, the stuff like the beeswax, all the stuff you had to do to make that. That's kind of like you have to, it's there's a science to it, on that, So in that sense, it's still pretty simple. It's easy. And people that I was selling to locally, I would tell them, and they're like, "Well, God, you're only shooting yourself in the foot by telling me how easy it is to make it." I go, "But I don't. There's enough to go around. I don't. You guys are local. You're my friends and stuff, and so." But they were burning all they were burning all the medicine out of the oil because they were, when you're bringing something, when you're making hard candy, at least. So that was the last one I did in there, and him and I, we didn't get along very well, and the end result was that. So I invite Forrest down. He brings me those. That's where I got those golf balls. That little cylinder of golf balls. Otherwise, I wouldn't have those golf balls. I would have smacked those around. He brought them down, and I kept those. I don't keep a lot of stuff, but little things like that. It was a memory. He gets a kick out of it, and I mean, you can only keep so much of your children's stuff they bring home from school, even, right? You got to pick unless you're gonna, because they can bring home a lot at times. You have to pick and choose after a while. I know some people are like, what are you talking about? I keep all of it. And I'm like, yep. And those are the ones that have trails. I've got stuff I've packed away that little Michael's given me a birdhouse and stuff, little some drugs, but so he's reaping what he's sowing. He's can't believe it, but they're trying to be humble. And I'm lit, and I've got Forrest down here, little Forrest, and we're smacking golf balls. And the night they came down was crazy because they got started late, which they do. That story of our life, and Forrest was supposed to help me with that Jerry's roof, and I'll tell you about what happened there with that Meeks lumber stretching that lumber, because that is in the book, and I almost brushed over that. You see how that happened, and I mentioned that earlier in one of the other segments. I do remember that, but I almost brushed over it, and that's how that can happen. A lot of stuff probably brushed over, but we'll just blend it right on in. You all are gonna know anyway. We're gonna know everything about all our lives, everything that's not thrown into the forgetfulness. The same sea that it's gonna be all dipped in. It's gonna be dipping. Oh boy, it's gonna be something else. They want to have. Oh, are you having fun yet? Oh, but they're really not. They think they're. Oh, it's so. Oh, God, they don't know what having fun is. We're having fun, really having fun, Millie. So they come down at night, and Forrest is like, he goes, I can smell it, and I'm like, yeah, because I'm not posting anything. I wasn't even into that back then. Like I said, those were pictures that got Cecilia posted a couple here and there, but I wasn't like Snapchat post happy type thing like I do get like today now once in a while with that beautiful picture I put on Facebook. Wasn't that nice? Like I said, I'm still kind of going through it, and I'm like, man, I'll take that. That's about as close. That's what old school like lithographs, those old school colors that you can't reproduce really anymore. I just like looking at stuff like that, beautiful stuff. You see all the paint strokes, but man, it's just magic. Um, so they come down and he's like, I can smell it, bro. And I said, yeah. And I had a couple. I had this one that was a derelict one that so and so took a what you call it to. That's the day the police came with uh, or no, that was before a golf club. Speaking of which, because like I said, I used to drive balls over the back 40 towards the school because I knew even if I was able to get a real good one in once in a while, which I wasn't real good at driving. But when you get one, when you're not, it's so when you try to fight it, you know how it is. You never really, but once it just it crack. That's what got me hooked. And then that couple down there that said, "Man, once you get that down, those things are gonna be gone." So we had this one that got smacked around a little bit, and it was all. So I was going to use that one to show him, like, this is it. He went, oh, just to see, just to mess with him. So he goes, I smell it. And I'm like, oh yeah, and I'm showing him around a little bit, and I said I can't go in, because old Andy, he's still, and this is really cool, and it's dark. I said, well, in the morning we'll get to it. I had a tent set up for, where I was going to have a fire pit here for people that are getting ready because the rain's coming too. Now, right around harvest time, which is Halloween, in Happy Valley area in Redding, Shasta County, it rains, and when it rains, it's like a monsoon. It comes down. It don't rain a lot, but when it does rain, it comes. At least it did when I was there for the 5 or 6 years. But they're like, man, I can smell it. So I said, yeah, well, here, let me show you. And walk right past that little deal that I took the pictures on my Facebook of the Black Widows. I had a blow up mattress, a real pretty nice big one. I had to keep the dogs off. They would have popped it with their nails, but they like being on the ground anyway, because then they could go after the raccoons and stuff and be good watchdogs. So I walk him to that little shed and I go, here, well, let me just get a light, and I said, well, here's one of them right here. And they look, and it's pretty good size, but like, oh, he didn't want to seem too disappointed. And Forrest said, well, you need help. You needed help doing this. And I says, and they had already walked through some stuff, but they weren't used to seeing those like that. They're not. They walked through. They walked through those big old the big wire mesh concrete backing mesh um little trellis for my plant. They all grew through each of the square. You couldn't even see them. Some of them you couldn't even see. They were just they were absolutely gorgeous. And they walked right past him, and he said, this is it. I says no. And I went like this. They went, oh my gosh. I said, oh yeah. And they go, oh my God, it just keeps going and going. I said, oh yeah, it's. And I said, don't get too close to the fence. Or I said, that's his there. I said, bad news bears there. I said, the Lord blessed us here. Whew, but man, and and literally not even, there was this much space from this wall to that wall. We're talking maybe 10 feet. So there is no reason other than our heavenly creator built some kind of a, oh man, because I had been, my train wreck was the 11.5 foot one. I'd name that after the Steve, because my son's kind of dated her daughter. He'd let me go over and smack balls around there. I met him at train wreck at the Epperson's flea market, and I named that plant, and it was called train wreck anyway. They it's a strain, but when I think of it, that's what it. So I think of old Epperson's. So he was also a furniture shop too, and I'd get he'd get stuff on cans that I'd furnish my house. He liked me. He was a neat old man. But and then on the weekends he would do on I think it was yeah, he'd do stuff. He'd even do a livestock. He'd let you bring livestock in and he'd sell it. He didn't care. Him and the county did not get along, so he'd let you do pretty much, anything within reason. Not at Jolly Green though, which was just a little, that wasn't different because it was in the city, Reading. So they're like, "Oh my goodness!" So, like I said, the forest leaves. The cops end up coming, and we're only into just a couple of plants. And there's like I said, there's just a couple plants. It fills up a lot of when you're drying because they got to dry. At least I dry it right. I let it hang. I hang. I they're so big that I got to take a. I just take them down in laterals at first. I just cut the branches and then run lines up and hang them all up. I just from the bottom up and then take the top and hang them all and leave them until the biggest coolest, the biggest bud goes snap. I'll let them hang 7 to 10 days. I won't even look at them crazy. And most people they don't take them, and I only take them when those trichomes are about 50%, 35 or 50%. That's why only a couple of them got taken, and she got jealous and like she does, because she's, I don't know, whatever personality she was in just got psychotic that day, and I wasn't hearing it, and so I just basically told her to shut up in a nice way, but in very tactful. And it she knew it just because my nephew and his friend actually came with him, and they were like, man, uh, and it was a burn. It was a good one because she just kept running that mouth of hers, and I was trying to just get this stuff done. I had work to do. There's a lot of work to be done, and she's not wanting to. She's wanting to go roll damn tortillas and just be Miss Tizzy. So, um, but I got my own part to play. So, um, the cops end up getting called, and I leave because I have that warrant for the four terrorist threats, which probably should never have been amended to that. But then I'm sure it didn't help that I shouldn't have been drinking. So, um, but so anyway, the cops end up coming, and I couldn't let her go to jail. So I ended up going to jail. I didn't get charged with anything, but I had those warrants, and I already had stuff already trimmed up that was ready to go. So I got bailed out just with it. I wasn't even there. I was no time at all. Matter of fact, I had a friend come down and buy enough. I had Aladdin bondsman bail me out. She bailed me out actually. She was mouth was part of the, and my cousin, he's like, man, why didn't you just let that broad go to? And I probably should have. It would have really helped her out. She really needed to go to jail. Um, but so, and I don't say that about any, but that it might have helped her out about anybody. I don't think it helps anybody. It just in certain cases, very very certain special crazy ass cases. So don't get me. Is that the? I don't know. We're done counting now. So and this is one of them. This was definitely one of them cases because and they should have never taken me to jail. I should have been getting. It was a mess. It was crazy shit where you know but then that was Shasta County also. It was different than Redding probably would have took her to jail. The city. Oh shitty. Oh 60 in the shitty. I love you, Mr. L. So I get bailed out and I end up right away. I did not long after I end up hiring Rosenberg Matthew. And he told me about his also his brother being an attorney and something about Eminem or something. I just thought that was kind of cool. I'll let my children know because they listen to that old stoop, that old lyricist, the lyricist. Boy, he could weave them together, man. That guy, man, he could just right off the cuff too. He just talent, boy. What a shame to bury that stuff, boy. Yeah, Tupac rapper, lyricist definitely would be the old, you know, man. Talk about it, man. Mixed up situations, mixed up people. Pardon me. Can I trouble you with a little glance at? I love you guys. Anyway, so hire this guy, thousands of dollars. I end up giving him the taser from God's Way. He said, "Okay, well, we're going to use this. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to try to because he had just moved up from L.A. to Reading with that. I told you that real neat little black girl. She was probably one of the very few black women that lived in Reading at the time, and if not, just that I've seen, and I was pretty observant. Not that I went too far, out of my way. I minded my own business, but we're not whale watchers in Reading. We're people watchers. We can only. Oh, this poor orca pushing their young across, dead. Just letting us all know. Look, do you see? It's sad. Oh yeah, it's crazy. This crazy stuff for now. It's all this too shall pass. So I'm getting that rolling. And in the middle of him now, everything's smooth, everything's fine because now he's been hit hard, and this is taking a week or so. He's getting down to his we're waiting. He's getting down to his lease is up, man. We're going back into that house. I think it was 6 months. So I know we're only there like 13 months or so. So, and I'd have stayed out there the whole time with the plants anyway. I wouldn't have been in that house anyway. It's beautiful out there. Why would I want to do that? See all the shooting stars and falling stars and all that stuff. Never seen any meteors come through anything. I seen somebody say, "Well, what did they?" I have no idea, but let me tell you, it ain't none of what there's. Not even close. But you guys already know that. Did you shut that back door? That's all right. It's warm. We had a real warm spell come in. It's no big deal. So, and that heater's off. So, and it's not cold enough to where it's all good. I'll just let it run. Leave it open until I'm ready. So, he ends up making a deal, and they're harvesting. This is taking a while, and he ends up making a deal. I go to court. It didn't take long. He ends up making a deal with. I go into court, and actually, it worked this way. The deal that was made was because he said they didn't want to make any deals, but the deal that was made at the day of court, I remember. The oddest thing happened. I'd seen, and maybe this is just how they do it in Reading, but the judge, the prosecutor, and Matthew went in the back. He said, "Well, here, just wait here, and we'll be right back." And because they called my case, they went and they spoke. Went and sat at at the front and stuff, and then they said, "Okay," mumbo jumbo, whatever they do, said, they're. And then they got up and then said, "Okay, well, we're going to recess from. We're going to go back here." And they all three went there, and then we're all just sitting there. The bailiff, everybody else, and people that are in the county, which is just it's in the same building. And they come back. They're not there very long, and they come back, and so he says, "Come on." He goes. I go out in the hall, and my pride and ego gets just wells right up. And I said, "Are you kidding me? I'm not even." And he goes, "Would you be quiet? This is the best deal I'm getting. They want to put you in prison. 90 days is a good deal. You need to just please." And he was trying to, oh man, he was trying to, and I know they heard me in there because it was a small deal. It was the same hall that I had gotten on my knees right there with when we got his stuff dropped. Exact same hall, right, standing right just a little off this way because he goes, "Well, come over here. Keep your voice down." And it was the voice of pride and ego. And I was like, "Are you?" And he goes, "Look, man, keep it down." And he was like, "Man," and I could tell he was like, "God, I work," and he really did. He worked hard to get this. And I said, "All right." And I knew I needed to. That's why, sweetheart, when you say certain something, I go, "Okay." I mean that. Sometimes I'm being it, but I'm not. Like I said, when I take, I try not to insinuate in a negative way. I wouldn't do that. So I explained the stupid thing like the Q-tips. I didn't because they were just there. Now, when I took a picture of the picture because I wanted to do that, and I set the thing up with the axle grease, the sticker, and the thing I got from his show there in Big Bear. Now that was on purpose, of course, with the little dwell meter that we still couldn't hunt that thing down. There's some kind of a short in the wiring because it goes on, and every time I go back and touch the wiring harness in the back. So that's just what I'll do until I get to the because that's still such an awesome truck, and it goes on every single time. So uh I'll until I get a whole control panel, and then I'll replace it. I'll just go ahead and do that. Well, anyway, so he's telling me to keep it down. I start my 90-day my 90-day um He's out. Andy's now out. And matter of fact, he got real humble. He got real humble. He was still angry, but he was he to save face. He got really really super humble, and I didn't rub it in his face. See, I don't do that. See, I could have just drug his ass through the mud. We're not counting anymore. Remember, I could have drug him through the mud, the mire, and I didn't do that. And he's seen me harvesting. He's seen us out there singing kumbaya, man. We were cooking. I had a big fire. I had people coming in. Of course, I said, got to check your bags at the door. You're subject for a search. I didn't let just anybody, but I paid them good, between $15 and $20 an hour cash every day. And yes, that's strange how that happens. And food, and then they got a percentage. But if they got stupefied, as far as and most people just had headphones, and like if your trimming got, I can't have that. I don't need to go back and rehandle that material twice. That's not how Fred taught me way better than that when farming and building those houses. When he had busy bee. Oh, speaking of which, I gotta get them side rails. Like I said, I could have went today, but and got a little tempted. And Lord said, "Listen, man, aren't you going to just read and relax and just enjoy and just spend some time, have fun, this and that. Don't go run off and give no money up. It'll be there tomorrow, so I'll build them side rails." I thought of that when I was thinking of Busy Bee and my Aunt Nita. God, she's still talking about that dog on Facebook. She's losing her. That's not natural. That dementia and all that stuff. That's not natural, people. That none of that stuff's natural. None of that is. We should have nobody in homes. They should be taller till they just die flat out, pass out, right? And they're none of that, to where they're not a handful. They're just gonna just yeah. So we'll fix it. It's all good. It's all being so. He's really humble. And now he's watching me. This is before I turn myself from the 90 days. But this is going on because I have to. That's right. The sentence is handed down. I get to turn myself in. That's what it was. So and it was all within I made sure it was within the time. He's out. We're back because now Tawana and Cecilia's back in the house, back in my bed. Back in my bed, I had to get everything out, turn that mattress over, Lysol, everything top to bottom. Oh man, it reminds me of Sideshow Bob. Isn't that the one that would whoever it was, and oh, just drove me lunatic. And I had a big, huge bathtub in both places, and the one I was fixing to go to next, I also had a big bathtub. But now look at me, I'm just going way too far ahead. So let's see. I just felt you guys. I don't know what you guys are doing, man, but woo wee, and we're at 3. I might cut this one a little short so you can go to bed. I feel like you might be a little tired. Um, but yeah, seriously, he's from Ohio. Serious, true thing, true deal. Of course, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why I didn't remember his name was. Oh, but I just knew it's always been. And my children will know because we seen him. That was Andy. Yeah, Andy. Was that Andy? Was it? Um, let's see. So trimming. Oh yeah, he was seeing a part. It was a celebration. It was a harvest. We used to have. That's what it was. We had harvest parties. People were having them. Now everybody's a little relaxed. Not too, because there's some of them thieves. They'll just wait for you to do all the work, and then they'll come. They'll wait for you to do it, and then they'll come in and rob you at gunpoint. I mean, of course, they don't want to do that too. So they certainly, because most of them neighbors, they're like out here on Occidental. And all over in certain places in King County and here. This is an evil. This is way more evil than King. They're both evil. Don't get me wrong, but Pierce is, it's Pierce and Thurston. It's something, where the cat. It's bad news bears, people. But someone's got to do it. You got to do what you got to do. Anyway, so he humbles himself. He's like, wow, I'm finally taking down Trainwreck. Just that's the 11.5 footer. I got like 6, maybe 10 pounds off that one. And the processing is going. And he's on his way out. And he was asking me, hey, man, what were you doing? I said, well, you weren't watching? And he says, well, I was too busy doing my own stuff. And I said, oh, yeah, that's right. You had those master growers in here. So I did say that. Because he had these master growers that were going to show. He really, honestly, they would teach you a thing too, Roy. And I said, and they might. I said, but where I don't want to even venture there right now. I said, I'm okay with with what I know and don't know right now at this point. I'll learn as I go along, and we'll talk when it's harvest time. I said, and then I've got bunch of people that I got my people here. You can have all your people, and see that's how I don't care because I know how it is. But what happened that greed, and then the other thing too is that he wanted to show him this and that, and plus he wanted to find out a few things, and all it just lies, 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 lies. Oh God, pig feed. So we're right after we went right back into the house and the scouring took place. I turned myself instantly because I had stuff to do. I wanted to get that 90 days done and over. I don't like things hanging over my head. That's why I don't like people knocking at my door saying, hey, by the way, like they did Tammy, well, if you're her husband, well, here, you can hand her this. My rent. Anyways, what I'm saying is I don't sit and wait for people that I'd never been that way, even in my darkest, dumbest stupor. Thank the good Lord for that one daily. So I wanted to get that out of the way. I had that set up. I'd started my 90 days. And I went from and I was referring so many people to Matthew that he ended up coming to the jail. And he said, "Hey, how you doing, Roy?" I said, I'm how are they treating you here?" I said, "Oh, they're treating me all right there." I said, "I'm other than this, this failed suicide attempt. This guy is just crying out for attention and stuff, and they didn't even. It's just." I said, "I seen some stuff that wasn't, but I'm not going to bore you with that." He goes, "Well, are they feeding you? Are they feeding you all right?" I said, "Oh yeah, the feed's fine. The feed's fine. Um, it's great." And he goes, "All right, I just want to make sure." And he goes, "Roy, I just want to say something." He goes, "I really appreciate you're one of the best clients I've ever had." He says, "So many people." He goes, "You don't have to do that. They just keep coming to my office from here and there." And he says I'm and I said, "Well, you moved here, right? Because you wanted to try to, bring some good, honest work here." And I said, "And I appreciate what you've done for me." And I said, "So this is how I do." And he goes, "Well, okay." He says, "But you don't have to do that." And he said, "And by the way, when you get out," he says, "I got that stuff." Because he knew they were. He goes, "I got that stuff in my safe." And I said, "Oh, okay." I like I said, I'm a kind of a clean freak. I'll keep some stuff like those tennis, those golf balls, just so because it was a good time when Forrest was there. I kind of brushed over that, but I'll throw stuff like that. It wasn't a good time. That big old, but I was fascinated with that damn dart. Jesus, Lord have mercy. That thing nailed me, man. But I still made it through a bunch of them. We didn't play back then. I was in full. I had a bunch of weed in the ground even back then, and so It's just amazing. My cows didn't get out either. So he says, "Yeah, you don't have to do that." And they end up moving me because they didn't like that. This was an intake. They didn't like what was happening because that's what was happening. What was happening was, you can already imagine, that he was so affordable and he was honest and he wasn't. And they didn't like that, so they moved me to another deal that was a little more hardened. People that had been, they're all calified in the prison system there. And you can't use that shower because that the blacks use the shower down below, which there was only like one black person there, and we use the shower up top. And I'm like, oh, I don't. And they're like, no, they've insisted. So I says, well, all right, well, I just hopefully I'll get a pair. And the guy goes, oh no, I got your shower shoes. Don't worry about it. Just, he was a big old skinhead dude from down in Sing Sing or somewhere in one of the somewhere down there. And he was he was I've seen this before. Matter of fact, I had two roommates, and he was kind, very polite, but he didn't want me to confuse them with the fact that they could go shower up there, because I almost got a little cocky about having him tell me where I could shower, but I understood the dynamics of what was actually happening and why I was put where I was at. And so, not and this guy wasn't aware of that at all. And there was some good people running that jail, don't get me wrong, but there was also some underhanded stuff going on too. And so it kind of played tug of war. Also, there's always that good and evil, always, and it's always it's that you just, which one are you going to feed? So, and I said, well, here's the thing. He goes, listen, this is how we ain't trying to. And then I felt like my pride got you know because I seen that guy that clobbered, that got me right here, the two guys that were trying to kill me. I don't like using that word, trying to put me to sleep. Thought that was heroin in my pocket. At Joey's house, the same house that I ended up where at that motel that remembers I was talking about it, the hottest place on, and then over 300 days of sunshine. My son pointed out, she's a liar. That's why I said, don't be careful on what you tell people about, because they'll find out when they get older. They'll be like, wait, this isn't. And even Tori, anybody, if you tell people something, young people something, and then they go, well, that's not, well, that person's a mean or whatever. And then they go, well, wait a minute. No, that I don't think so. Maybe so you got to be cautious. So at least I'm learning to be. I'm still learning. And I seen that guy. I was gonna go. I was gonna handle that right there. And he hid in his room. He knew. He was like, "Oh God, I hope this." It was like Linderman, on My Bodyguard, when that dude was just like, "Oh God, please, I'll have a heart attack. Please don't let him sit behind me. Please, God, don't let him sit behind me." Um, and he did too. He was like, "Oh Jesus!" And what are the odds of that? That should have killed, that blow also should have killed me. They thought that was heroin. It was because I hadn't quite refined my skills, and I was getting Rick Simpson oil out of it, and that's how I was healing myself. Because I learned. I went to the library and found out, the guy in Canada, and this is what he'd done, and he ingested, and I put it on that black mole I had here that they were telling me, hey, that might be melanoma or something. You might have to get that. And I put that Simpson oil right there, and that thing, it lightened up, and it's not even, and it was starting to get this like skin tag on it. It kind of hurt a little bit, and it wasn't, but I didn't like doctors and that stuff. Just started putting that on there every day, and then it just went away. Not went away, but it's a lot lighter now. It's there. It's just, it's real light. Once in a while, if I have oil, I'll just, stick it, but it's sticky. It's like sap, that's all it is. get it in that cold water, and it just solidifies just like a steak. If you used to throw that greasy steak into the fridge, you know, it would just, and then you could work with it and knock it to the bottom without smashing it to your paint, because I would use a paint mixer. I had it down. I had it down. But anyway, they thought that was heroin, and I seen that dude. So this big old skinhead dude that was heading back to prison and just happened to get tripped up. He wasn't even from Reading, and a bunch of people. It was like that from the up at the they called it the high desert prison. That's where they were trying to send me. But I was there doing that 90-day sentence. And so he went ahead and he gave me his own personal shower shoes. He didn't do that to anybody else in there. He gave me those shower shoes because I was fixing. I said, listen, I said I need to go in there, and he knew what I was talking about. Very very subtly. You want to talk? I don't like doing secrets. I do. You might think I do, but I would rather just have a conversation with somebody. But he knew what I was saying, and he was like, "You do what you got to do." But I also knew that I had 90 days to do, and so I let that. And so I got moved out of there, and he went just out just in the line to get his food, and then and then back. And I didn't want, I didn't want him to really feel that way, but he tried putting me in the ground. Tried putting me in the ground right there at Joey's house. He had a party. Joey moved out long time after I moved to God's Way. He moved out, and someone else didn't know him moved in. And a matter of fact, Joey ended up moving. I think he go back to Hawaii, maybe back to Maui. We called him Maui. He might have went back to Maui. I know him and his ex didn't get back together because she still was out there by Bonneview, right there by the another big old berry field. Um, so, but there was a party there, and I happened to go there, and they thought that was heroin. They literally were trying to put, because the party had moved out to the. So yeah, that's what they tried to do, and boy, but they got a big surprise, and I was surprised too because I know I have a hard head, but Jesus, that one. I'd have been in a lot of wrecks. I bounced his head off many steering wheels and this and that, mostly drunk. Don't drink and drive. Don't text and drive. A lot of other things. So yeah, that was quite odd that he was there, and now he didn't have his friend with him. They couldn't believe it. So um let's see. But and then I ended up getting they shipped me from that one to another, and it's a Reading jail. It's small. It's real small. So I went to another cell, another pod. I mean, unit, and this one was even more off the hook. They were just running amok and stuff. But I had this roommate that was a naysayer. You know, he was a "you'll never make it" type thing. Not that I sat and indulged in my dreams or the troubles of my past. So I like to, I like to know what room I'm going to be locked up and sleeping in, the tiny little, quarters, whom I'm going to be sharing, oxygen with. And because I like to sleep knowing that, my life is in good shape. I want to wake up the same shape that I went to bed in, if not better, actually better. Yeah, we're shooting for better. Beat him. Um, but he was all right. He had a good heart. He was just an ass, and just angry. Man, I wasn't very far. I wasn't too far into my sentence, and so one night I am laying there. I didn't go out there very much because they were just watching TV, and it was it's just sin, just a bunch of war stories and crap that I've heard a million times and been involved in. I just wasn't. I stayed and I read my Bible, and so they would come around, they would check, and something told me to ride a kite. And when they came around to check, to give that kite to the guard and ask him if I could get out of jail. I'm serious. I had a 90-day sentence I was serving. If I could get out of jail, I was thinking, man, maybe I'd just ask the sergeant on duty. I've been good. I didn't clobber dude or get clobbered. I don't know. Maybe he would have clobbered me, doubtful, but he might have, because it happens. And I said, I've done, and I've been here, I think it was almost 30 days. I think it was 30 days. And I'll never forget what was playing. It was Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And these grown, hardened criminals were watching the factory. I was like, this is, I thought I heard him oomping. I looked through the glass. I'm like, oh, for God's sake, it is. And and look at them. Just a bunch of little children. Just misguided little children. They could be watching MacGyver. But instead, they're watching old Charlie Bucket say, no, they're watching him peel back some paper. Oh, me God. I want one, Daddy. Oh, Veruca, I ought to just bent you over and just spank the crap out. Of course, I would have had to separate myself from it, because I wouldn't want to spank you with the hand that I stroke your lovely little hair and your wipe a tear away. And so here are these grown men, and I'm like, oh, isn't this cute? This is the most adorable thing. I wish I had I could Snapchat this. I didn't say that, but I'm just incorporating that now, because I've learned how to do a little, what's that, screenshot. So I rode a kite. I'm tight. A matter of fact, I told my Smelly, who was on the top bunk, he didn't like that fact, because he was assigned to that when I was on a lower bunk. I was like, oh man, this is right. 'Cause I always got stuck. They always stuck me at the top bunks, always. And they did, oh, it's just that's the way it is, Steen. It's a luck of, yeah, right, you dirty suckers, because I don't. So I tell him I'm gonna go ahead, because you want, you let them know, you're not telling on them. Not that I would. I'm just saying, some people get paranoid. You start putting in a kite. Oh, they do. They'll get so paranoid. And a lot of times I don't give a shit anyway. Most people know me and they know. It's like, listen, man, I need to go. I need to get my teeth cleaned or something. Something. And so I don't ever write kites, is what I'm saying. But this, so I'm writing it, and he's like, so I'm gonna ask the sergeant on duty. So I'm gonna ask him if I can get out. So I've been good here, and he laughs. He goes, "Oh man, that's great. That's funny. That's a good one, Steen. That's real funny." I said, "Yep. Well, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm doing it right now, and I'm listening to them oompa loompan, and right now they're getting that old gobstopper." I still had. He goes, "You got night. You still got what?" He didn't know my whole. He acted like but he was waiting to fight a case. Oh yeah, you know what? Yes, that's right. Oh my gosh, that's right. He ended up. Oh wow, I forgot about this. Isn't even in the book. He I think he killed somebody. I think he killed somebody in a vehicular homicide, drinking and driving. I think he did. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Because I came back and he was a real ass. I came back and visited him. I came back and I visited him one time. Then he wanted me to do a bunch of stuff for him when I was out there, and that's when I stopped. I'd forgotten all that's not even in the book. I just remembered that because I'm writing the kite in my mind right now. He's there, no, no, no. He's waiting to go. That's right. He's waiting to go to. He's waiting to go to trial. That's right. He was fighting a case, and so the guard comes around. It's a female guard, and she takes my kite, and so I'm laying there and stuff. I'm reading my Bible and stuff, and I know they're not going to come around. They're not because that's what they tell you. You know, if you need something, if you need to go see the doctor or whatever, when the guard goes around for the count, give them your kite, and they don't have like a kite box here where they'll check it at the end of the day like they do in some places. They take it right away, and then they'll look at it, and if somebody needs to be, because we've had one guy come in and they're like, "Listen, man, that punk's sliding right away," and they just turned right around, and because he was a rat, and they walked right out, and so they let him out because they knew that they would have to be cleaning up a mess, and so Mouth is home, so I might have to shut her in this. Yeah, she's home, and she might be in a good mood. I'm not trying to. I love her. If I can once in a while, I'll even, hey, can I give you? Well, hey, that's something. Go ask your wife for a hug. I said, well, I plan on it, but maybe you need you know, a hug or something. So that's just how I am. So my kite, I give her my kite, and um he's laughing at me. My roommate, he's my smelly. He's laughing respectfully, but he's just kind of, yeah, right, okay. You got what, 2 months at least? I said, yeah, about 2 months. He's like, yeah, I don't know, but I've seen him let people early. He said, he said I have. He said I have. They, but they do most of their time, and then they need the space or whatever. Then they'll. And I was thinking, kind of like lotto, because when I did the hit the lotto, which I never knew existed, they don't do that. That was a very rare thing because they want that money. Um. So let's see. About an hour or so go by, and she comes around again with other kites. You hear the door pop, and I was already up. I think I was talking to him because I was telling him we were talking. We did talk, and I tried to stay out of the day room because it was, like I said, just gambling and just stuff going on, and it just turned bad news. I mean, although it was it was somewhat calm. It was just not my, just grew out of just the talk war stories and stuff. I could talk on some of the best war stories, but so I heard the door pop and I looked. I seen all the kites, and she was handing back kites to people that needed whatever they needed to go see the whatever. And then the response to, hey, is there money on my books? Hey, can I have so and so visit? Whatever they needed the jail to. That's how they communicated. So she comes around and she slides mine, and then it says not at this time, and stuff, and so he said, I told you. Well, I said, you know what? Exactly what came out of my mouth was, you know what? Well, maybe somebody else here needs to see the our heavenly Father shine through me. Maybe somebody else here I could help out somehow. And he laughed. He goes, "Yeah, right, Steen." And it wasn't long after that she come back, and I'm laying down. I was reading my Bible, and she opens my door, and she said, which was already, it was unlocked because they don't lock until it's time. You could go freely in and out of the day room. It was just a big open pod, and then it had a bunch of little, like a kind of like a honeycomb top and then bottom. And this one here, this pod here, I think was just, we were just bottom. I don't think we had an upstairs on this one, but it had an observation window and stuff because it was, like I said, it was kind of a rowdy deal, different part of it. So she opens my door and she says to me, "Steen, what are you doing?" I says, "Well, I'm reading my Bible." And she goes, "Well, roll your stuff up. You're going home." And I went, "What?" I stood up, bam! I hit my head right on the top bunk. And she said, "Well, be careful." And I went, "Are you serious?" She goes, "Yeah, get your stuff." You know what they did, people? You see, they have those speakers in there where they tell you, okay, so much time to lock down or whatever, and you can talk to them. There's a two-way deal. They waited, and I found out later, quite a little bit later. Little birdie told me that it was. I don't know if it was Chitwood. I don't think it was. It was one of the it might have been one of the sergeants that was on duty. Somebody that was in charge got my kite and said no, wrote it and said no. We're gonna see, because they seen how I was trying to live. They seen how I was trying to make a change. They seen what I was reading the Bible. They seen me praying. I had a bunch of people around the tables when I'd go out to that day room. We would talk. I would tell stories, and so but not war stories like theirs. I would just wait till I was led to, and then I would just go back in my room, and then they go back to their stuff. And matter of fact, I heard Shelley Quinn, I believe it was, on 3ABN, even refer to one of my testimonies, and I knew the Lord was like, yeah, yeah, they know about you. And maybe I'm wrong, but the Lord said, no, 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 they know. Doug Batchelor, he's flown over this area. And I thought, well, should I go down to his, because he lived in Roseville down there in Sacramento. He's like, no, you'll soon enough, you'll have you'll do what I'm leading you to do. You'll have your own path, and everything will all, you know, blend together. Of course, I still had my free will, so they wanted to see how I was going to respond. See the response to that response, and so he wrote that up like that. It was a he wrote it up. Said, send that on. See what. And they all, and something told me they were all in there in booking. It was slow. It was all in booking. They say, okay, let's see, and they were taking bets. Oh, I'm serious. Let's see how he acts. Oh yeah. And I didn't just say that because I really meant that. I meant, just like when that judge says, I'm not going to go with the plea bargain. And I just smiled, and I just knew I just needed to do 2.5 years. I just knew that's what the Lord wanted me to do, that the Lord, he was going to use me somehow, some way. And I just knew it, and I was okay with that. And then he went, just like Ward used to do, this might turn to bite me in my heels. God, talk about a low spark of a high-heeled boys. So I go to booking, and I'm on my face. I'm praying, and this guard comes by, and he's like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Man, I'm praying." And he's like, "Well, get your stuff. You're going home." And I went down. Matter of fact, I went to Dave's. I went right to the motel. Got right outside, and poof, that old, because it was well air conditioned. I didn't know what it was. It hit that the day I went in there. It was a cool breeze. Got outside, and I was like, oh yeah, that heat, that night heat, not too hot, but I was going home. Nobody knew either. Nobody knew I was going home. If I did, I just started running. I ran right to the motel, Victoria's. I went to Dave's and called Mouth. She's here right now. She's gonna hear me and say, "Damn it, we got to go to Winco, or not Winco, but Home Depot. I got to go Home Depot tomorrow." I already told you. You already told us this. Get some dried fruit at Costco. You notice how they don't even feed you anymore in there? Those cheap bastards. So I get to Dave's. I call her. She comes down in the 240. My son's there with his friend, and they're by the pellet stove. And, oh, my dog's, oh, baby girl, she's so happy to see daddy. They're all happy, and I'm happy too, man. I ate, and man, it was awesome. It was something. It was a glorious night. That night was great. Got out, but then things went right back to the gutter. I wasn't sitting on no gold commodes, that's for sure. So I will pick up. I know I'm not at 4 hours, but I'm gonna shut this down for now just because um I don't I just wanna, you know, I'm sure she'll be having a few and I just don't need it. And I love you guys so much that and I love her too. But I just, also there's an order of things and I want to make sure that that doesn't get disrupted. So sowing that to which we reap. And I'm out of hype. That was the end of the coffee also. So and that hot water takes a minute when it's full. When it's like I said, when it's down like that, that thing heats up quick. She did have a good suggestion this morning. She goes, on your trip tomorrow, maybe we can order something where you can boil water. Well, I said, that'd be great, man. Thanks for that. That's very considerate of you because I like my tea. Um, but I'd said I'll need an inverter. She doesn't realize that the cigarette lighter works, right? But you're not going to get anything from that unless you have an inverter that's going to get hot enough to where I'm going to enjoy a cup of, I want it to be really just that side of, pardon me, boiling, just that side of boiling. So I'll need an inverter, and like I said, though, I just know a good one. One that's at least 2,000. If you get one that's under 1,000 watts, you might as well forget it. And then that way, I want one like 2,000, but they're not cheap. They're not. They're a good inverter is not cheap. Then I can hopefully keep this charged up, and of course I can keep my phone. I've got it works just fine on the just cigarette lighter. I don't need an inverter for that, of course, but this, just in case, because I'm gonna ask him tomorrow. I should be heading down there tomorrow to help him do a little bit of moving, and then we're gonna sit by the fire and just talk and stuff. And I can imagine what the poor fella's going through after all the stuff. And I know it's a blessing, and he knows it is too, but it's still got to be rough. I can feel it. It's just I love you, bro. It's just and I'm proud of you, and so you're doing great. You're reaping what you sow. Good things are happening, and so then I can keep this juiced up, and hopefully he'll have some internet. Is where I was going with that already lined up for down there. Then that way I can continue to do this. And like I said, if I hopefully I'll hear from you before the 20th, and then like I said, Millie, then I'll plan on heading up that way, even if you want to put that off a little bit. That's what I meant by that. I just need to let me know if that's anything you're even wanting to even entertain. Then if you're like, well, I'm not really quite ready yet, and put it off a little bit. I'm willing to. I'm not no Nazi slave driver. I mean, come on. If I mean, you would be my better half. Why would I? It's not. It wouldn't even make sense. It's like a house divided against itself. So, and if not, then I'm so. But then I would just store my stuff there because my bro. He's got a bunch of property. He's gonna help. He's gonna help. He's got a few people helping us move down there, and they're moving their families down. It's a blessing. And four families going down there. He's got a lot of stuff to move, and they're also heading that way. So, and then I don't know what exactly what I'm doing. I live in the moment, and I want to. There's a lot of people I want to see in Maine. If that's where I'm led to continue to go, maybe go to Vermont, visit, and Florida, of course, the Caricos and John Hall and a bunch of people, Casey, a bunch of people, even people that are all over, just making rounds. Like I seen, maybe not with the buses now. I don't know. I haven't quite, like I said, I ain't trying to reach too far back or forward, but then that way, I would I'd start until I figured out what, because I really believe that meeting part too. Once you let me know, then like I said before, then we can extend that. But the meeting will be important. Then you'll either know, like, yeah, I think we can just go forward with this. Then I can go. We'll figure it out, and we'll just move where the Lord wants us to move. If not, just stay there. But like I said, I have no, I don't have any worries at all, none. I've and even in my running from our heavenly Creator, I've always and in my worst stupor, I've always, the Lord has blessed me to to establish myself no matter where I was at, and literally, and I'm saying this just because it's I mean, that's something that is, is important as a quality to a quality to have, is to be able to get, like I said, but you now, in doing the Lord's work, just becoming that reflection, and I just see nothing but just blue skies. Even if it got, it's just, it can't get any worse. I mean, although it will, but not for us, not like that, not in that sense. So that's my plan. That's what I like. I thought I made that clear. And then again, it's Saturday, I believe. Saturday is Sabbath, is my birthday. Oh, pardon me. Ugh. And I know that I just have faith. I have faith, and either way, I got faith. But I know fear can keep you. Oh, dang. Yep, I'm making a video. I'll be done in a second. Um, so it's almost like the timing is, but that's it. So, and I know, and I get it. And then if that's what you want, it just to go away, well then I will in that sense, but not in the literal sense. And sometimes it's people, it's just easier for that, because the change is not, it's not easy. Change is not easy. Even when I was running, the change wasn't too wasn't easy to do. But once I did it, and I was running from the law, running from our heavenly Father. Once I just go turn yourself back in, it's like, wow, just got, it was just like right now. See, this would have took place a lot sooner, but the Lord allowed this to happen, and people have free will, so all that incorporated together, this is what we're dealt with, and so we just play the hand we're dealt, or not, or just fold, or hold them, or know when to run. Oh boy. Anyway, so I will. God, I really want to make it just a four. I don't know. I just have a feeling. You know what you say? You always say go with that gut feeling. Oh, that cackle. God, I do love her though. I do, but just not in love. Never have been. And all I've ever wanted is just to be in love. Just ever wanted was be happy, wake up, and go, God, man, thank you, Father, for this woman. Thank you so much. And what can I do to try to better my life, her life, the lives around us? And just thank you so much. God, she's so beautiful. Even her most natural state. I don't, that beauty it's within. And when you feel, oh God, I feel it right now. Just, oh, whew, just makes you want to just, but then if they're absent from your life, if you don't have any self worth, and, you know, you can't be, you can't be that asset and that substance that betters someone's life, if you don't know how to do that for yourself. And I wouldn't have known how to do that without seeking our heavenly Father. But like I said, even in my the Lord's like, those are the talents I gave you. I just make, just stuff just happens. They just start, it just happens. It's just the way it's the way it always was, is, will be. Just it, or in something in one of them orders like that. So yeah, so tomorrow, go down and get all that, get the fruit, go get my sideboards. You've already said that, Roy. I've got my rollers out there all packed up. I'll have to get them, get some sponge and just roll that on. It's better than spray paint. It's kind of flaky. That's a tweaker. You rattle can it. I had a really neat truck that I'm getting too far ahead of myself. I rattle canned with some plants, ferns, and different leaves and stuff I got from the craft store. You know how you make those arrangements, the plastic arrangements, and then and just got the kind of the highlights on my. I did my little Ford Ranger in the army green, and then well I kind of almost kind of two-tone it. I rattle canned it, and I did a bunch of different stuff. Man, I had so many young kids, young children looking at that truck. And then I seen a lot, and then long grass, like, and it looked like, and then dark to different greens, and I layered it in all the way around. It looked awesome. It really did. And I'd never seen one like that before. Next thing I know, and I'd drive that up to Washington. That was one of my, and then I'd start seeing, and then people would get those people just sitting there staring. I'm watching the light and I'm laughing. I'm trying not to bust up because I'm just watching, and then when I go like this, they'll stop like they're not looking. But so what I do is I just do them a favor by not look so they can get a good eyeful, and then I started seeing a few of them around. It was the funniest thing. It was pretty cool. So but that's when I moved right down from old Ron's and by the old man's Wayne, by the old man Wayne's, and then the other dude that used to slaughter the cows right there. Yeah, I never couldn't believe it. Do it all by himself, right there. Do it all by himself, and his wife was in the back getting the store ready to open, and it was like a little IGA, little family, little store. It was pretty cool, neat little environment. And they would cook that stuff hot. They'd have that under those lights, man. You could get yourself a big old beef kebab. It was pretty cool. Let's see. So I got out of. Oh yeah, went to Dave's. Old Dove Dave called her. She picked me up. Oh yeah, we're already past that. He's with his friend. He was with Ralph. Oh Ralph. That's something. Ralph Mouth. Oh my God, I didn't even try that. That just happened. Ralph, tall Ralph. He's the one that I was. They're like, here, put it over here, Roy. See, we're making those jumps in the little BMX track. He lived down the road, and he was one of Donnie's. They did half pipes and stuff like the little, the wooden. And old Ralph was there, and he was like, "Hey, how was it? How was it?" I'm like, because nobody expected me to, they were spending the night, and nobody expected me to get out. And of course, they had to really, when I got that call, man, I know, like, oh God, man, you need to clean the house. Dad's coming home. What? Dad's not supposed to come home for, oh Jesus. That's right. You never know. You never know when old Dad's coming home. You better make sure this place is clean. Oh man, ain't nothing worse than having. Oh no, it was. It was. They kept it pretty clean. There was no trail in there. I don't know how it managed to not be, because I wasn't gone that long. And there was nothing for. It was too far to go into town to haul that stuff to my house. A little ranch. It was called. You know what it was called? It was called Divine Cafe. I made a big old thing. Divine Cafe. I am divine. You are D branches. It's called Divine Cafe. I was gonna have a big old farm. I was gonna turn that into a big fruit farm, trees and the whole 9 yards. Put in indoor or in ground pool and all that, diving board. Yep, the plans. The plans I had, boy. If you want to hear our Heavenly Father laugh, tell him our plans. Unless He's incorporated in them, boy. So, all right. Oh, she told me to look up right then. 3:37. Beautifully done. So let's see what else happened, and then I know she ended up running off again, back to Slab Dabby. God, she just couldn't. She's kept going back, boy. I guess that's saying. I guess once you go, it's hard to. But boy, when she was with me, she was like, and I knew when she said, "No, I don't do," and I was like, "I know that, I know that. So why do you do that when we're not?" And she's like, "I don't. Guess I get lonely." I'm like, "No, that's some hoe bag shit right there. That's what that is. Are you serious? You don't see me doing that, but I guess I can't compare myself to you either. It's because I'm just never. I guess I wasn't cut that way, and that type of abuse, it manifests its dysfunction differently. People act out differently. Just like spending the money, my pocket, just like having to spend it. God, she would honestly would be own probably 3 houses by now. She'd let me be her financial advisor. But I'm one to talk. So anyway, okay. Well, I love you, Millie. I love you, and please, I hope I hear my phone number again: 253-441-6171. And they've got my daughter's is 253-441-6157. Mouths is 253-441-6169, and my son's is so yeah, anything, even text me something or anything. But if not, then like I said, I'll continue to support. And when I get money, I wanted to buy a T-shirt from you, and promote. I'll have I don't, but it's I don't want to. I will not order a pink one. I'll do anything for love, but I won't. I won't do that. Uh, so what was I gonna say? There was something. God, I've forgotten so much about Craig Lane. But man, I made a full circle there again when I went back down there after moving back up here. I went down again, but I don't want to go too far. I'm trying to do that to get to the grandson, and I knew he knew too much, that the original owner of that, or one of the original owners, was that boy was one of the offspring, because he knew too much. But I went too far ahead a little bit so that I could spark my memory, and maybe something so that I could just do the rest of the 15 minutes of Craig Lane, and maybe remember something that might be useful, without sitting here and then burning up too much time trying to fish for something that's just going to happen if I'm just impatient. Don't read into that either. We'd have to have some timeline. Otherwise, you'd just be, not ever getting comfortable. And these conversations would never, I would be just staying in this, it's just easier to stay in the mess. That way, I could just be dysfunctional. It's just, there's a bunch of variables, unanswered stuff, and it's just scary. And who wants to venture in that house? I liked what you said too, Miss Hall, about that house, that desolate house. That desolate house. And yes, everything will work out just fine. The man with the upper hand has nothing to do with who you choose because you have to be the other side of that equation. You know that, right? Because you're going to be the other side of that decision making, that unit, that family unit. See, the guy got women that think they run the show wrong. And they got men that think they run it wrong. It's a joint effort. But then you also got it. You can't throw your weight around either. You know that too, right, John? We know we can't. We have to be. We have to be. And he's. You could see that love, and that can only happen, and that can only happen if you have our heavenly Father is the forefront of a relationship, that foundation. So anyway, yeah, I'm gonna try to keep this going. I'm gonna go. Now, as soon as tomorrow comes, I'm gonna start fishing around for an inverter. like I said, to get a good one, and they're not cheap. It's going to cost me $100, and my time frame to get one that's going to be the wattage I'll need to keep this charged in a small pot boiling, for the sake of the videos, just keep things rolling. I want to finally get up to present day, present moment. And then along the way, as I'm doing that, I'll still do segments like the prison set, because I've left so much out that, like I said, we could do each chapter of, I don't know how many chapters are in this book, millions, not millions, umpteens. It seem like millions though. Just keep it's just in revision. It's the craziest thing, man. It's like, wow, everything's connected. It's all just melding together, melding together. So it's awesome. My little old self is just, I'm actually happy with the hand that's been dealt me. I'm actually happy with my life today. Just so happy with, because I know that truth we're becoming. I truly know there's, man, no more tears, no more growing old, no more aches and pains, and no more droopy this, no more sagging that. Man, it's gonna be a beautiful thing. I can't wait. But meanwhile, I'm just completely at peace and happy, 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 happy. I don't stay angry too long in these days. I just don't. It's not even worth. There's just too much love to be won. Too many souls. Too much fun to be had. Even when think, things seem to be just falling down around us. It's For me, it's actually, I'm just happy. I'm so right now. I am so, I don't know what you guys are doing, man, but again, whatever it is, you got me just straight gobsmacked. My head is being slapped up like I've been doing this. Don't worry, we just slap this up every day, Mr. Hall. So, um, yeah, that old pornography, sweetheart. That's just, it desensitizes them over masturbation. It'll rot your mind. But man, oh my gosh, I had to, oh, I slept so well. I was like, oh my goodness. I sleep really well anyway. I really sleep well. It's just sometimes it's just, I don't know. Lately, I'm learning so much. This old dog is learning new things. So much, people. It's amazing. I'm so in love with our heavenly creator. I'm so in love with him. Oh man, I just so in love. All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna finish this floor. What else happened? There a lot of stuff happened. Like I said, I ended up painting my big medical cross up there because they flew over me when they seen me put in those others. Then they knew and they just left me alone. They would bust people. I heard them. Those people on Jerry's Mountain. They had some people that were growing, and they had way over. And what they did, the cops, they waited until they were about ready to harvest, and they flew in at night, and they sat with that helicopter, and then all the cars came up, and they harvested for them. They made them, didn't bust them, didn't do anything, shut them down, took all the weed, didn't give them a receipt or nothing. That weed got sold. And they waited. They knew. They knew. What do you mean they did? They knew. They flew over all the time. I knew they were growing all that. I knew. And I was like, man, they're flying over that stuff. I wonder what's going on there. Maybe it's none of my business. I'll just stay out of it. I don't need to. That's why I told her, who cares? Man, I know this, and this. That's why I said, man, quit telling people about your sister about personal stuff. And then now, you gotta, man, dude, that's not, I'm not comfortable with that stuff. That doesn't make me, I'm not one of them ones that I'm a glutton for. I need to have somebody stroke my little bone. I don't need that. Quit telling people that stuff. Because then you'll find out you didn't even think that would happen. But now look what's going on now. So And I'm not trying to be all this and that, because I'm not. It's just what we're becoming. But obviously, somebody sees something in me I didn't see in myself. It's that little light. It's the same thing that gets them little kids. They just look. I thought, what the God? What are these? I didn't. I had no clue. All of it, the animals, all of it. And a bunch of us, we have this because we're created in His image. It's a beautiful thing, people. Just don't bury it, and you'll get it. You'll get those that did. Oh, you'll get it. You'll get it. That's not in. They won't teach you that one because people don't know. Oh, this is a new thing. So, there's nothing new under the sun. Nope, it doesn't change. That's right. No, it doesn't. But it sure, love makes little things grow, and there is adaptation and metamorphosis, but there's no evolution. No, 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 no. Nope. So anyway, let's see, a couple minutes. God, what is that? Where are we going here? Let's see, so much. There, I know I missed. I was gonna bring Bass in. I was gonna bring Bass. Tractor. Got rid of the tractor. Sold that. I wasn't gonna let her have anybody have that. Um, let's see what else happened there. A lot of stuff. Like I said, I painted my big cross, so they respected. I always tried to be respectful with my Prop 215, so they didn't. If they needed to, had to come to my gate, and I had to walk them through. Matter of fact, when I got arrested for the abuse and trauma and the warrants, actually, the self gluttony is what it was, a self punishment. The one new cop that was, he could tell he was fresh out of the army. He was like telling the one of several that had pulled in, "Hey, look at all that weed there." And he's like, "Look, we're not here for the weed. We're here for," and it was funny. He just kind of just shut him all down. And I was laughing. Not outside, inside, kind of. I wasn't really, actually, I wasn't laughing at all. I was angry, but looking back now, and even just after everything was all, I laughed because he's like, we're not here for the weed. We're here for, because they know that, because he'd been around that weed that's going in that gas tank and my pension and everything else. That's what keeps this thing rolling. And plus, they count them when they fly. Every morning they zip dee doo dod around, and they would just bypass mine. I'd hear them. They would just, and I knew what route they'd take and stuff. And they watched them up on that mountain that time too. And so I seen them. I watched them go raid them. I watched the whole thing. That whole side of that hill lit up. they, yeah, they lit right up. And I'm gonna tell you some stuff too about that's should be considered the greatest escape too, about some stuff that's, I'm gonna definitely wait. This is gonna might blow some of you's minds, but most of you, no, you like, oh yeah, I could have definitely just seen this coming. But there's some I just remembered. Isn't this something? And this is in the book, but I almost brushed over this when I said helicopter. Cause they come. I told them, "Oh no, boy, they're gonna send the chopper for us." Sure enough, here it come, and they brought it down from Reading. I was in Red Bluff. Remember I told you about the shiny stuff, and then I set it down to get something up, but except I wasn't tweaking. Oh no, I was on adrenaline. It was a natural. Ooh yeah. Oh yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and just go ahead and wrap this up here pretty soon. I don't want to get started on that Red Bluff deal because, but I don't want to go I can't move off Craig either, because if I do, then we're gonna bypass that. But yeah, so yeah, they'll let you do all the, just like if someone was to, come in and try to rob your stuff, you'd be like, okay, now we're gonna flip this script. You are going to harvest my stuff. I'll feed you, and you're gonna trim it all, and then if you're a good boy, Johnny, and don't just slip up or play the fool. Um, yeah, you just bring him in and say, okay, you want to, you mock the mockers. Oh yeah, I'd get rid of some people if they didn't trim. If they didn't trim right, I'd just kindly, and I'd pay. I might even pay them a little just extra, just so they're not too disgruntled, just to get them gone. Sometimes, sometimes it's easier just to, just to, because I didn't want no negativity. I didn't lie. I don't like any negativity. I don't like the vibes it gives off, and that's why I'm like, I don't like the yelling and anything like that. So I apologize to any neighbor that I might have that's going to be watching this. And I remember that, dude. I remember this story. You know, a matter of fact, I'm that chapter 26, verse 3, paragraph. That's me. He's referring to me. So yeah, so it can be difficult, but I'm gonna get that plugged in, and hopefully I'll be able to run this, and hopefully I'll be like, oh man, right on. I'm heading up to see my wife, and otherwise, hopefully I'm heading up to see Millie, and hopefully Tori and her daughter, and then I'll bring the salmon poles. Wouldn't that be fun just to go? I don't know. Maybe they do have salmon up there in Lake Erie. Isn't it Lake Erie over on that side? Well, I know they got salmon in there, but I don't know if they'll be available for us to catch. Wouldn't that be nice? Just go catch our own, like the Feller brother. I want to visit Maine and a bunch of places. I want to go down around, and now a bunch of my beloved lioness sister friends are down there. They're all together down in Florida, down there in Sarasota, and even California. I'll be coming back. I gotta make rounds everywhere in between. But yes, sweetheart, there's time to will be relaxing. I know it's that job part. Everybody wants what you have, but not your job, and it's not as. But then it might be. It might be it's not something that you don't even wanna, and I can respect that completely. And love people just the same. It's you know I don't have to believe or understand someone's point of view for it to be right or wrong. It doesn't. We'll find out soon enough. So that's the thing. Anyway, okay, well, right, 50, 55. Oh, 55. Almost. Almost 4. Man, this time just goes by so quickly. Very quickly. And I got everything here pretty much buttoned up. Just I could probably go through my sockets. I could probably go through them one more time and get rid of a few. I got triples and stuff like that my son's like, "Dad, you don't know, you might need them." So, God, I'm so happy with that dang truck, man. Whew, what a man. I'm just so. And if you don't call me soon, if those tires don't get there, I was discussing this. I got to be patient. I might be able to let it go till Wednesday. But if those don't come in, those special ordered from the warehouse there, I will I my son we're gonna look for a, because I'm leery about buying I can get a better deal online than I can with one of these tire shops. And I know some Mexicans that have these, that I can get a pretty nice set for very, very inexpensive, nice set of nice meaty tires. Because there's probably still snow going to be on those two passes that we're going to have to go over to get us down to Arkansas. So, which reminds me, man, I need to write that down. Actually, I need a set of snow chains. I'm gonna write that down. Cables right now. When I remember something, that's one thing I do. I've always lived off a list, even though I can't stand paperwork. I've always had a simple list, and then I'll just more the last probably 10 years than anything. And I love to cross stuff off the list. That way I can cross off, then I can add something else. It never ends. It just, expands. So someone remind me, what was I just talking about? Something about, it definitely wasn't have another bong hit. That probably wasn't what sparked my memory. Look over here. What did something that sparked your memory about I know the inverter, I've got that down, but there was something else. The trip, the truck, the tires. Tires. You're trailing off. You're trailing off. Oh, Tommy boy, that's a good. I like that show. You're trailing off. Let's see. And plus you're gonna go into 4. We don't want to do that. It's just not that important. Yeah, it's just not that important. And then right when I shut her down, I'll go, oh yeah, dang it, I remembered. What was it? I almost happened. It just almost happened. Somebody said something or thought something, and there it was. Darn it. Oh, darn it. Okay, well, we're having fun, and I'm not going over it, so I will. I'll just go ahead and pencil that in. I'll go pencil that in real soon, right after I'm done with this, because I know it's going to come like that, and I'm going to go. So, before I start, there was something about, man, darn it. Now it's going to bug me because I'm going to let it. Now I'm going to let it bug me. So I'm going to let it bug me, and I'm going to try to figure this out. Might be the first time you've witnessed this. But I have to, I just must, because it gives me an excuse to stay on a little longer. Let's see, Mr. Donnie Steen. Mr. Steen, what were you just thinking about that was so important that you forgotten already? Definitely not my sweetie. Um, what was it? Tomorrow, the tires, my little Mexican buddy. I know a private sale. He said we'll just have. I'll just look. We'll look really good. Make sure there's no patches or anything like that. If you buy them from a private thank you, thank you. You're right. It went right. You guys, somebody had it already. The snow chains, the cables. Thanks. Love you guys. Thank you. Snow chains. Alice and G. Old Alice. Back with Brandy at it again. Okay. All right. Well, I love you guys. I love you, Melia. Have a good night and sleep tight. Tomorrow's movie night. But remember, please, if it means anything, before the 20th, just something, I'll know, just say something. You can say my name. Oh man, that pissed me off. That pissed me off when you're on that trolls deal, because it just came on. He's not saved on my deal. I don't have him subscribed to him, and there you were. And I said, "Hi, Millie," and you didn't even say anything. I was like, "Oh no, she did not." So, but you've done that before, and I just had to, it was the only time that happened. Lord said, that's going to happen. That's going to happen. Just stay on track and you'll. And I said, yeah, but what happens if. He said, don't worry. It's all becoming, it's all. There are more than just one. I said, but I just want there to be one. He says, yes, but there's more going on than what you're capable of realizing right now. Just, do you trust me? I'm like, oh, yes. Yes, Father, may I have another? He's like, okay, well, then just go with it. So I'm going with it, with extra with it. And this isn't one of these liars where, or me, myself, and Irene's. God, that's just nasty. But with my wife, I'm not even, of course, that wouldn't even, and I do that not to down anybody, but you see how that all plays in. And just like that little boy that's in Home Alone 2, there was something else that came up earlier with the Home Alone 1, and I missed it, but it all just fits together. They are major mockers, and they are just, man, the sad thing is how many people actually, oh my gosh, wait till I tell you about Vadim and his mom. Okay, I love you guys. Have a good night. And tomorrow, like I said, I'll try to do on the road. Um, I'll try to do these from my phone. I'll have to have my son show me, but I'm going to keep this charged up so that when we do get internet, if he doesn't have it already, prearranged and settled, because I'm afraid to do anything on this without my son, because he's like, a mechanic. You want to have do the work from the beginning to the end. You don't want to have somebody flake out halfway through, and then even if he is a good mechanic, he's like, well, man, it's best to start from. So I don't want to be down there and then him have to tap into the Wi-Fi, because I've seen nightmares happen. I know it might seem like I'm being a worrywart, but there's some weird stuff going on, and I don't know enough to keep my stuff secure enough to know if, I know there's some Tom effery going on, but I'm not certain exactly what. Now, if he was going with me, then you go, oh, Dad, okay, so this is what's, because he's had to do some things here, and we haven't put no firewall or anything like that, but um so I went down to my bros, and to get onto his internet is what I'm saying. I'm saying all this to say that some things have, so that I could get reception down there. Remember I told you, Ron, because I didn't want him to mess around. I said, just take it off, because it fouled up my thing when I came back up here to make it so I had access down there, phone and internet access. I don't care. I don't care about that. I don't want my thing messed up like it is. We're just not going to do it. But then it rung. It rung a dung dung with little Ron, called on Facebook. On top of all that, on Facebook, which I've never got a call through my little Facebook thing from him, which I just accepted. And when he was on when he sent me that picture of when he'd gotten out of Larch, wearing the Angus's kilt and on his nice green machine there, and he wanted me to let him know how proud I am, of him, that he'd been out so long. But like I said, he's out on bail, but he just needed that. And so there, my whole point is that I don't want to have to go and just tap into this and that and then mess something up and then not be able to do my in that sense. I guess I am a kind of a worry wart, but until I get in enough of people that know, that go, oh yeah, okay, Roy, I see that. Okay, so, and then whatever I'm able to grasp, I'll go okay, or whatever I'm not, I'll just be okay. Well, I can trust at least what you're saying. So and what trust is earned. Anyway, until I get on big enough, because once we get this rolling, then that union, we're going to start meeting. People are going to meet. Woo! If you want to get baptized in water, we'll do that. But otherwise, we can just lay our hands on you, and it'll happen right then and there. If you just, oh man, and talk about, then you just go off, little Sparky, and you just start doing your own little deal. And we just start that banquet fee. Oh, it's going to be family. It's going to be nice. I can't. Oh, I'm just so happy. That's what keeps me just going and faithful, because oh man, I've suffered, people, suffered. I'm not trying to pour me or break, but I have suffered tremendously, and it's time now that this next half, man. Man, and I'm ready in between. It doesn't matter. I'm ready. Doesn't matter. I'm ready for my wife. I'm ready for my wife, my life, and that's that. So I love you guys. I gotta go, and hope to working on seeing you soon. Hopefully sooner than later.